And good morning and welcome to Thunderhill Raceway Park. We're here for the NASA 25 Hours of Thunderhill, presented by Hawk Performance, and we are getting ready for the big race. We have opening ceremony starting at about 10:30. Then the race itself will start at 11 o'clock. So again, we're here at Thunderhill Raceway Park. Right now we are preparing. You can see one of the teams pushing their car on the grid. We are getting ready to start this race. This broadcast from now until Sunday at noon is brought to you by our good friends at Toyo Tires. My name is John Lindsay. I will be your host for the duration. We have Aldrin Villanueva up here running the boards for us and a whole crew out there to bring you the action. All day, all night, and all day again. Longest endurance race in North America. This is the 16th running of the 25 Hours of Thunderhill. Started as kind of a little bit of a lark where Jerry Kunzman, our executive director and fearless leader, got up at the awards banquet for the 12-hour race that we used to have and decided that we were going for 25. And after everybody picked their jaws up off the floor, he put a team in place. Robert Kenley, Don Barnwell, some of his key folks that helped him over the years. And now here we are with the 16th running. 47 teams today. We had our practice and qualifying sessions last evening, so you can find results on racehero.io. If you go to our main page at NASA25hour.com, you can find all of the information you need, driver list, team list, all sorts of things going on there. So once again, welcome to the 2018 NASA 25 Hours of Thunderhill, presented by Hawk Performance and broadcast brought to you by Toyo Tires. All right, folks, right now we have Neil Daly down in the pits. He's going to bring you an interview with one of our teams. So I'll take it down to Neil in the paddock.
So it's been up all night getting the full 25 hours of experiences. I'll let you guys tell us a little bit about that.
Sounds good. Thanks a lot. So yeah, I'm Derek DeBoer. I'll be part of the team driving the number 19. Got
Matt Jaskell here. Dave Powell.
Yeah, so we've already done what most teams hope they don't even have to do during the race. You know, the night before the race, we've swapped 2 motors. None of us have even turned a lap yet. Lucky Matt's going to be starting the car here. You know, shaking her down on the way to the turn 1 after the green flag. But we're just all super excited to be here together. You know, the story of how this team came together is pretty unique. We've known each other since my very beginning of racing, never driven together. My wife and I have a show on Amazon Prime called Fast Life TV. FastLife.tv is the website. Matt's just fresh off of a huge life-changing experience on an ABC show, the hit show Castaways, and actually following his story on that is so similar to what we do. We preach following and chasing your dreams and living life to the fullest, and that's what all of us are blessed enough to be doing here at 25 Hours of Thunderhill. So,
Yeah, to echo what Derek just said, Matt Jaskell here from Vegas. I've been around for a long time, past Red Bull athlete, and it was actually the reason I'm here. I have not been here at this race in 5 years. I've done this race about 10 times. Started in '04 with Billy Johnson, Tom Milner Jr., some pretty cool names. And Derek contacted me we've known each other almost 18 years, never really raced together. We weren't really friends, just, racing acquaintances. And he invited me to come do this race, which was amazing with the team. We did have a motor blow up. As he said, we worked all night till about the crew. We were up till 3 in the morning. The crew was here until about 6 in the morning. It's a little bit loud, sorry, but they're actually running the car right now. First time it's really started. And we're on the grid here in about 30 minutes. And not to sound cliche, genuinely happy to be here. A year ago, exactly 1 year ago, I was in a jungle on a TV show for Castaways on ABC, starving in a jungle, and now to be here is a pretty amazing parallel. And truly just happy to be here, starting the race. And and it's going to be fun. This is truly the definition of the Thunderhill, the 25 Hours of Thunderhill. It's like modern day gladiators going to war is what it feels like. Dave, what do you think? It's your first time here, right?
Yeah, I'm really excited to be here. Derek, I want to thank you for the invitation. This all came together. I've got a couple years into endurance racing, nothing with NASA though. So this is my first 25, and at the end of September, Derek DeBoer, my driving coach and friend, called me and said, hey, I've got a seat. You need to get your stuff together, and you need to get your comp license. You need to get it done now so you can drive. And I want to thank everybody from the Great Lakes region, the guys out in Mid-Atlantic, Eric Meyer, the racing coach, the chief racing coach out there, who was driving coach. Really, everybody came together. I reached out to a bunch of people from NASA and said, I need help. Mission Impossible, we got to get this done. I have a short amount of time. And everybody, everywhere I turned, said, if you've got the will, we'll make it happen. So, big thanks to NASA. I want to thank LaSalle Solutions for making it possible for me to be here. Obviously, Fast Life TV, Maglock. We got a couple of other sponsors who helped us out. Everybody, thank you so much. Looking forward to a great race.
Yeah, you guys put in some crazy work for when that call was made, so I'm super impressed. And just anybody else you want to?
No, just everybody that's helped put this together. There's so many people, so many crew, people we don't even know that pitch in. You know, my personal sponsors, Hammer Nutrition, and then the people that even help Derek, which in turn help us to be here, South Solutions. So I mean, and NASA for putting on a pretty unbelievable event. So thank you, everybody.
Yeah, we even have some guests from LaSalle coming tonight, and BRM Chronographs, of course, is a big one, and we're just so happy to be here. We're happy that our car is running. We don't have to push it onto the grid, so let's go racing.
One other thing, if I may. So you'll notice, and there were other teams who came in, other mechanics who came by to help us, because in this racing, in NASA, we want to beat you out on the track, not in the pits. Yeah. So really, thanks a lot to everybody here coming together as a family, because this is what we do. We're here to
3 in the morning. We had mechanics from other teams helping our team, which is amazing.
Well done.
Yeah. So go to these guys, heroes behind the scene.
Awesome. Well, thank you guys so much. You've definitely already shown us what you're made of in the pits. We'll see you out on the track in just under an hour.
We hope so.
We got our next interview in about 5 minutes.
All right.
Thanks, guys. Thank you so much.
All right, we are back up in the tower right now, and we have a special guest, one of my personal heroes. He's all over the place. He's on Motor Trend On Demand. He's everywhere. Ladies and gentlemen, the great Randy Post. Randy, what are you here running this weekend?
I thought you were going to say Johnny Lieberman.
At least I didn't say Finnegan or Freiberg.
Oh, they're my heroes. I'm really glad to be back at the Thunderhill 25 hour with the USAF. We going to have a flyover?
I don't think we have a flyover because we lost our contact for the pilot.
That's right. Jerry mentioned that. But
have
we've got an
Pentagon
honorary
approval.
flyover, spiritual flyover.
Absolutely. The angels will be flying.
Yeah, my dad was Air Force career man.
Oh, right on.
He flew a desk, but it takes a whole team.
Right.
And I'm so glad to be back here. I'm with the Toyota Arizona Proving Grounds Motorsports team, TAPG.
TAPG.
Everybody wanted to know what TAPG stands for.
Now we know.
These guys have been running NASA racing for 4 years,
Okay.
and we run a Toyota 86.
Right.
And for those of you that aren't up on classic great handling sports cars, it's very similar to a Subaru BRZ or a Scion FRS.
Yep.
So it's the kind of car that loves turn 1 to turn 6.
Yep.
We rock that because it handles so well. And then we got a little 2-liter motor that revs to 7,500 RPM, and it's a sports car. It's great to drive. We qualified second last night, and it was all part of the Thunderhill adventure, right? Trying to qualify at night when everybody's out there with the prototypes and the Miatas and us, and it was so much fun. I got to do that.
Awesome.
The guy starting today is DJ Quint. He's the fearless leader of the TAPG team. They're almost all Toyota engineers from the Arizona Proving Grounds.
Ah.
If you want to have a race team, get a whole bunch of engineers together.
They kind of know the part numbers, right?
Oh, I have never seen such a well-prepared, tested, planned team.
Awesome.
And it's still kind of a thrash. But on the other hand, I was just watching this interview, and those poor guys blew 2 engines last night, and they were working all night putting engines in, and now they just started them.
Yeah.
So good luck to those teams, and I'm sure those crews are bright-eyed, bushy-tailed, and ready to start the 25-hour race.
Absolutely. Now, Randy, how many times have you run this race?
I don't know. I think it's somewhere around 8. And I was running it back when there were a whole lot more Miatas.
Yep.
And Miatas were a lot newer.
Yeah. I know. It's amazing. With now spec Miata, you can run it in vintage racing.
Yeah.
Which is just shocking.
Well, 1990 was
Yeah.
the first year.
Yeah.
So that's 28 years ago.
Shocking. Oh boy.
I don't know how long the FRS has been around. That might be going on 10 years.
Yep.
Time marches on, doesn't it?
Well, and the 86 is of course the homage of the famous Hachiroku, which was
Yes.
the first, the Toyotas, the GTS Corollas that were totally awesome. And I had a
Totally
good friend
awesome.
that he raced one of those in ITA for years.
Yeah, what a great choice.
Yeah,
Rear
unbeatable car.
drive,
Yep.
Revy engine. Back in the 80s, that engine was special because nobody was doing that then.
Right.
7,000 RPM in the 80s was insane.
Right.
And those cars were so well balanced. And that kind of might be the car that started the drifting craze.
I think it was.
Right
If you
out
look
of
at Initial
Japan.
D and things like that, you look at the history and the Touge racing and all of that, it all is kind of that 86 has started it.
Right, and
So
now we
now
got the
here we
modern
are.
86.
Right, exactly.
And it's a handling car.
Yeah.
And the engine just screams. It revs out. It's so smooth, too. It's a little boxer,
Yep.
4-cylinder boxer. And at high revs, you can't believe how smooth it is.
Yeah.
And it just feels racy. And we can run third or fourth gear. We're not that picky through all these curvies because it just corners so well.
Yeah.
The team, they're Toyota engineers. And we're on Hoosier tires. We got a set of Hoosier R7s, which are kind of the hot setup around here, at least for our team. And we've got plans for the pit stops. We're just practicing pit stops. All these things that never happen when I'm trying to run my own little car.
Right, right. Now, you do a lot of racing in other series, and I was following your racing. You sometimes race a Volvo of all things.
That I own that.
Oh, you
I
own it.
have a 90 Volvo 740 Turbo. We call the Happy Moose.
Right.
And it gives me a real appreciation for what race teams go through to get a car to the track, running right, people there feeding the crew, having a crew,
Right.
which is something I really appreciate because I am the crew on my Volvo. But I love this sport and I love the driving so much that I will drive anything, anywhere. And when DJ called me up and offered me the ride in this Toyota, I was thrilled because it's my way back to the 25. For, 4 or 5 years, I ran with Davidson Racing. And,
Yes, I remember, with the
and
Norma.
a Norma prototype. And there's a Norma here. Is that the same car?
I think it's a different car.
Okay.
So this is one apparently that had history at Le Mans and a couple of other places.
Yeah,
And
P3.
they call the team Norma's Last Chance
I saw that.
because they said, okay, this is the last time this thing's going to race. And then it keeps doing pretty well, so they keep bringing it back. So it's kind of an evergreen Norma.
I loved it when I got to drive one. We actually won overall in 2015. And the experience, though, with the 86 is completely different. Because in the Norma, I never got past.
Right.
Mirrors, it doesn't matter. There's nobody back there.
So it's almost like a
only
gumball rally
passing.
where you take the mirror and throw it away.
Throw it away. Yeah, what's behind you is not
It's
important.
not the matter.
Well, in the Toyota 86, in the E1 class, what's behind me is very, very important. And we've worked a lot on our mirrors. And I've done a ton of racing like that in the GT class or back in the old ST class or whatever they called it 25 years
Right,
ago.
right.
And that's part of the beauty is the dance of the slower car, letting the faster car through, not hurting your lap time, not getting tangled up with his, knowing when to hold back and get a run through a corner so you don't get held up at the apex, all of that. Oh wait, I'm giving away my secrets.
No, dear.
Well, they're not secrets.
Well, Randy,
the guys here know.
Who are you worried about in E1?
What team is that all-women team? What class are they in?
That is one of, they do have a team in E1.
I'm worried about them.
Yeah.
Because the women that are driving here are serious drivers. I got a lot of respect for them, and I wish them the best. And a couple of them great friends of mine, like Shea Holbrook.
Yep.
And so in E1, our challenge is our car handles great, but it's a little slower on the straight. Most of them are racing BMWs. They're 330s. They're 3-liter cars. We're a 2-liter car. So we've got a lot smaller engine, but we've got a little bit better handling. So let the games begin.
Right. And the one thing about the 25 is you never know.
Right.
You never know.
And you need a plan. That's where the TAPG Motorsports team comes through. We got plans for everything. And the leader, DJ, he says, we just need to execute.
Yeah.
We're prepared, tested, and ready. And then we've got to have a little bit of lady luck shining down on you.
Absolutely. Well, I love it when a plan comes together, and I wish you the best of luck, Randy. Good luck, and we hope to see you on top of the podium in E1 today.
Well, we'll be listening all night.
All
so
night.
you have a good show. Thank you.
I'm here, sir. I'm here all night. Okay, folks, that was the great Randy Popes. Racing in E1. Follow along and see the TAPG team there. They've got a good chance. Of course, they're prepared with a good plan, a great lineup of drivers. We'll see how they do.
George Kurtz with CrowdStrike Racing. George, what kind of preparation have you guys done, and tell us about some of the competition you're looking forward to seeing out there?
Well, it's been many years developing the car, coming probably almost 10 years at Thunderhill, so I think we keep tweaking the car for a few electrical issues that we had last year, and hopefully we're past that. Obviously, there's a lot of fast cars out here, some great drivers, drivers of all walks of life, so you know, from our standpoint, we just got to keep our nose clean and run our race and make sure that we can bring the car across the finish line. That's goal number one.
Excellent. I believe you guys are going for an overall win, is that right?
Yeah, we won our class last year, ESR, and came in third overall. So it's been elusive for many years of coming here. We had a few shots of really being able to take the whole win, but we just couldn't put it together with some reliability issues. So hopefully we can work through those, and we got a great driver lineup. You know, we got great sponsors in CrowdStrike and LaSalle and AWS and Ceramic Pro. So we got a good car, and we're prepared, and we got a good driver lineup.
Excellent. It definitely looks like your team is well prepared for this. And I believe you guys will have a live stream in the car as well?
We will have a live stream. Yeah, we'll make sure that you guys have the link. And I think the fun part about the live stream is you can actually hear the communication and just what's going on, what we're thinking. As to the drama, shall we say.
Which we'll hope to stay out of.
Absolutely. Hopefully drama-free.
Excellent. We'll have a really, really awesome race. I believe we're on track in about 40 minutes, so we'll see you out there.
Fantastic. Thanks so much.
Thanks, George.
All right, folks, we are at the NASA 25 Hours of Thunderhill, presented by Hawk Performance, broadcast brought to you by Toyo Tires. We've heard from Randy Popes, a number of the other drivers down there in the pits. We'll be chasing down more interviews for you. You can see the shot on the front straight right now. We've got our pace car, one of our rollback tows, and then we've got a dually back there. I believe that's from our friends at the United States Air Force. And they are here watching the race, and they are our special guests. We've had sponsorship from the Air Force all along. They used to do flyovers for us, but we couldn't get it to happen this year. We, of course, had some Pentagon budget cuts in years past, and we actually had enough to get it done this year, but we had lost our contact with some of the pilots that we used to deal with. So then, fortunately, we couldn't have the flyover. Those are really cool. But we will have a very great opening ceremony. We usually have a traditional bagpiper playing as he walks down the pits, and we have a moment of silence to honor all of those fallen that are no longer with us and honor their memory. So we are at 10:21 right now. 10:30 is when our official opening ceremonies will start. 11 o'clock will be the start of the race. We will have a sighting lap where the cars will all go out, run around together, and then they will come in through the pits once, and then they will have their formation lap where they will form up, and we will have a flying start down the front straight, and we will have all of the teams going into turn one. Of course, this is a 25-hour race, so you can't win the race in turn one, but you certainly can lose the race in turn one. So this will be just for the cars to sort themselves out, and then we'll be live around the clock +1 for 25 hours here at Thunderhill. Our top qualifiers from yesterday was that Turn 3 Motorsport team in their ESR entry. Of course, ESR stands for Enduro Sports Racer. They had a 142.146, and the second time was CrowdStrike, One Motorsports, and they had a 142.236. And the interesting thing is, Turn 3 got that time right on the last lap of the qualifying session. So CrowdStrike thought they had it locked up, and unfortunately Turn 3 came in there and took it away from them with a 1/10 faster time. So that gives us an opportunity to run down some of the classes. Of course, we talked about ESR, that is Enduro Sports Racer. Those are the specialized sports racer type cars, the prototypes. There's the Norma chassis, the Radicals, things of that nature. Then there's ES, and that's for the sedans, but that is unlimited. It's maps into NASA's Super Unlimited class, so basically anything you can come up with, that's what you've got. From ES, we go to E0. These are very fast sedans. E0 is a pretty fast class, and they are running a lot of BMWs in that class, a lot of different very fast sedans, and then E1 is next. And now we have our bagpiper.
That's all I got of the right of the
He was practicing.
Good luck to you guys.
Thank you so much.
Sorry about folks. That is Sean Cummings. He is our bagpiper here at NASA for all of our ceremonies. But you got a little love there from Sean, a little of the old bagpipe and haggis laddie, all the good Scottish stuff. So again, we were at he was trying again. So we were at E1, and then it's E2's up next. So again, these classes are striated by their speed potential. Of course, ES and ESR are the fastest, then E0, 1, 2, and 3. And often it's interesting because the 25-hour is such a gnarly beast that we will have cars in E3 that will finish well ahead of cars that are in ES because the ES car done blowed up in the middle of the night, whereas the E3 cars are out there consistently turning laps. The weapon of choice for E3 has been usually a Miata of some flavor. Of course, the hashtag, the answer is always Miata. And we've seen a lot of success with Mazda teams over the years. Mazda, a great supporter of amateur motorsports here in this country. On any given weekend, there are more Mazdas being raced than any other brand in the U.S. So we do have Mazda teams here. We have a real variety of cars. We have some really high-end, super-duper sports cars. We've got the Flying Lizards with both an Audi R8 LMS as well as a Porsche 911 RSR. We will have in-car footage for you from the RSR. We had a treat last night with some of that in-car footage, and it is really interesting to watch the closing speeds that are happening in that car. We'll also have a camera, I believe, mounted in one of the Valkyrie Autosports Toyo Tire sponsored entries, and that is going to be in a Nissan GTR. The R35, I believe, is the model. Of course, that's a descendant of the famous Nissan Skyline you've heard legends about. You've seen it in the Fast and the Furious, but this car has been in the country now legally. Of course, you can get one that's kind of sketchy a little bit, the right-hand drive and things of that nature, but there are ways to legally import them now that they're over 25 years old. But the chassis being raced here is the most modern one. Talked to Will Falls and Jeremy Crozet, two of the drivers that are wheeling that car, and Will just said it's a beast, and he said it's the most technically advanced and most stable car he has ever driven, and that there is speed and poise everywhere on the track with that GTR, so that will be interesting to watch. Again, a super variety of cars here. Everything from the humble Miata all the way to the vaunted sports racers and the super duper 911 RSR and that Audi R8. Audi R8 has been a winning combo here, as 911s have had tremendous success over the years. I can remember one year when a fairly stock older chassis, it was a long hood chassis 911, won the whole thing. And I believe that may have been a car that Johannes van Overbeek was driving, and he's had great success here. He's been a 6-time winner so far, so he's going for a 7-time win. He is in that RSR, so a familiar chassis to him. Of course, the Porsche 911, a bit of an unconventional sports car with the engine hung out there behind the rear axle. Once you get used to it, it's pretty cool to drive one because you pitch it into a corner and let that big mass hanging off the rear bumper rotate you around. But if you're not used to it and you manage to lift when you're not supposed to, you're going to be going off track backwards at a fairly high rate of speed. But these guys have all, of course, mastered that 911 style of driving. So we'll see how they do. Again, we are about 30 minutes from the start of our race, and we'll bring you more interviews from the paddock, and we'll try to chase down some more stories for you. Our plan for the race is to have an update at the top of every hour. If we can swing it and we don't manage to fall asleep up here in the booth. We kind of bonked last year at about 1 o'clock in the morning, but we have contingency plans. For this year, I will have my good friend Jeff Pitts coming in to assist at different points, but Jeff is now one of the operations managers here at Thunderhill, so he's super busy out there making sure the track is in perfect condition and taking care of all the different needs that we have. Of course, David Vodden, the CEO here at Thunderhill, is instrumental in making this place work, and really this is his baby. When I first started coming here sometime in the 90s, it was not the place it is now. A lot of potential, beautiful track surface, but none of these incredible facilities you see here now. They have a really cool dirt track. There's a large skid pad for drifting, and they've actually put a western extension onto the track that makes it over 5 miles long if you use the whole track. So they can run 2 events simultaneously or one big 5-mile event. But we are on the traditional 15-turn, 2 and change mile configuration, the traditional one that we use. There are 2 different configurations for turn 5 you can use. You can go up over what's called the crow's nest. You kind of go up a hill, front end gets light, and you drop down. Or you run the bypass, which is what we're running this weekend, where you go around that hill and you drop down on a somewhat off-camber right-hander that leads into another left-hander and then a nice high-speed section as you head over towards turn 9, which is up another hill, and then you come on down and into turns 10 and 11, and then you're on the back straight. You come around 14 and 15 where you have a chance to exit the track if you want and back onto the front straight. Very high speeds that we'll see tonight and all through the race coming into turn 1, so that's very exciting to watch. Have a lot of coverage for you, a lot of cameras this year, so we'll try to follow a number of the different races that are going on in every class and try to show you as much as we can through the event and also follow all the stories that we have in the paddock for you. So we're going to try to really paint a good picture for you of the excitement that is a 25. Very unique race, nothing like it. We seem to be blessed with some pretty good weather this year. We are tracking a storm front off to the west that is moving in from the Pacific and down through kind of the Humboldt County area and all in there and up here to Glenn County. We're about 90 miles north of Sacramento. We are just to the west, unfortunately, of the area that was affected by the campfire in recent days. And our thoughts are with all of our neighbors that did lose their homes and lives in that terrible event. So, folks, we will be back with some more interviews in a little bit. You can see everyone forming up there on the front straight. We'll try to bring you a little bit of color also from the opening ceremonies. Again, you are watching the 2018 NASA 25 Hours of Thunderhill, presented by Hawk Performance, and today's broadcast and tomorrow's broadcast brought to you by our good friends at Toyo Tires. We'll be right back. Hi, folks. We are back at the 2018 NASA 25 Hours of Thunderhill presented by Hawk Performance. Just wanted to give you a couple of interesting stories that we'll be following throughout. We do have 3 all-women teams here that are looking to prove that they can run with the pack and prove what they are made of. We do have that Shift Up Now hashtag, and we have the Shift Up Now team. The drivers there are Lynn Kehoe, Christina Esposito, Mandy McGee, and my good friend Karen Salvaggio. So that's one team. It's all women run, all women drivers. And then there's also the 6 Sideways powered by Shift Up Now team. Drivers include Sarah Montgomery, Pippa Mann, Ashley Freiberg, Shay Holbrook, and Amy Dilks. We have one other team that is also all women drivers. This is the Jester and Babbitt Motorsports with Flying Lizard. It almost sounds like a rap feature where it's kind of like, so-and-so featuring Drake, but it is with Flying Lizard, and that is a powerful statement because the Flying Lizard team is a force to be reckoned with, and that is that is the Audi R8. Laura Ely, Ashton Harrison, Aaron Vogel, Christina Nielsen, very successful Danish driver, and Aurora Strauss. Those are your drivers there. So that's a very powerful statement that we have here. They all have a good chance at overall wins and wins in their classes. And they are fired up and ready to go. I had a good talk with both Karen Salvaggio and Lynn Kehoe last night. They're really excited about what they're doing. They're hoping to encourage girls to go into motorsports and see what you can do, not see any barriers for them as mechanics or drivers, team managers, crew chiefs, all of the above. So we wish them all great luck there. We'll be following those 3 teams throughout the night and having interviews and special presentations with them. But that is an awesome effort for this year. As we noted, Randy Popes noted that there was a Toyota factory team, and we are also joined by our friends from Team Honda Research, and that is Honda engineers that have come out for years, and they have a couple of nearly stock Civic Type Rs. And they ran them with great success last year, and really all they've done is strip out the interiors and change the wheels and tires. But other than that, those are mostly stock, well, I think all stock, Civic Type Rs, just like you can buy off the showroom floor. So that's kind of an interesting battle to watch. See what happens between Honda and Toyota there, fighting it out. That 86 is a really interesting car because it was a bit of a joint venture between Toyota and Subaru. So there is a Subaru BRZ, as Randy mentioned, and that Toyota 86. It used to be a Scion, but then the Scion brand kind of went away, and now it's the Toyota GT86, and that's what it was overseas because they did not have the Scion brand there. But as Randy noted, it is a flat motor, so that is a horizontally opposed boxer. What that means, you've all heard of a V motor or an inline motor, but this in fact is a flat configuration, which means the engine kind of looks like a pancake. It's like an old VW or a Porsche motor or things like that. So it's a horizontally opposed motor, and why is that good? That's good because a very low center of gravity is possible. You don't have the engine block sticking straight up and down. You even saw that in some of the old BMW motorcycles where they'd have the engine laid over to one side. So it really provides a very low center of gravity, and that's just what you're looking for in a proper race car. Oddly enough, similar to how Teslas handle so well because their battery packs are slung down there low to the ground. So once again, we'll be watching that factory battle between Toyota and Honda. Both very successful cars on the street, and we'll see how they do. Very different cars, those two models on the racetrack here. The BRZ GT86 chassis, horizontally opposed front engine, rear wheel drive, and the Civic, of course, is a front drive, inline 4-cylinder engine. So very different cars, and we'll see how they do this evening. So again, we're about 20 minutes from the start of our race. We have our opening ceremonies happening right now. You can see all the drivers and teams out there. Have our pace cars formed up. That's a NASA pace car out front, then the Air Force pace car, and then the Shift Up Now car is a very special car. It's a Consuliere GTP. Very rare car that was produced probably in the late 80s and early 90s. Very successful car. It's a complete carbon monocoque, which means it's a one-piece tub, powered usually by a 2.2-liter Chrysler motor that you would have seen in some of the K-car variants and the Daytonas that were back then, and the Omni GLH, which was a Shelby car, and GLH stands for Goes Like Heck, just to keep it family-friendly on the broadcast here. But that's a cool car, and that's going to be an honorary pace car for the Shift Up Now movement. So we'll get going here in about 20 minutes. We have our opening ceremonies. Again, 47 teams here. And we will be live for 25 hours. The game plan is to update all of you at the top of every hour. Mix in a number of interviews and special guests up here in the booth with me. And we'll try to keep you informed. Again, go to the NASA 25-hour webpage at nasa25hour.com. Has a ton of information for you. You can find the links to Race Hero, which is our live timing, so you can follow along with me. And if you want, there's even something kind of cool called the Track Flag app, which you can find on the App Store, and you can dial it in, and I think you can get it remotely where you can see all the flag conditions in the different turns here at Thunderhill. So we'll be using that up here in the tower to tell you what's going on. Usually during the day we've got pretty good visibility. We're on the 3rd floor of the Thunderhill Tower. But we'll try to keep a watch out through that and through Track Flag. But when it gets dark out here, because we are about 10 miles west of the town of Willows on Highway 162, just to the west of Interstate 5, which is the major artery between northern and southern California. Actually, it runs all the way from the Mexican border all the way to the Canadian border. So we are just off of Interstate 5. Out in the hills of Glenn County to the west of us are a lot of really prime hunting country. Beautiful scenery and camping. Lots of rolling hills out here, lots of agriculture. And who would have thought that there'd be a beautiful racetrack like this right in this prime farmland out here in Glenn County. So, folks, we'll be back in a little bit. We'll have another interview coming for you pretty soon. Thanks for joining us.
And now we found Chris with Spain Motorsports, racing a BMW E30 E3. Tell us about some of your story getting here.
Well, one of the things that we like to point out is we're actually an all-veteran team. So I'm retired Air Force, and our 2 drivers are both former Navy. We got an F-18 pilot and a sonar tech. So I'm outnumbered by the Navy, but I'll be all right with that. So yeah, as long as they're not faster than me.
Right on. And what does some of the competition look like for you guys?
Competition looks pretty good. We were supposed to be here in a Miata, and it blew up a couple weeks ago. So we put the E30 in its place. So we're up against a bunch of Miatas and I think a Honda Civic. And we're P2 right now, but we got 25 hours to go, so that doesn't mean a whole lot right now.
What are some of the strategies you guys have talked about to keep this thing going around for 25 hours and out of the way?
Well, there's a lot of Spec E30 racers out there that have, not just done sprint racing, but they've done a lot of endurance. So we picked as many brains as we can to find out what the weak links are. So we think we've addressed all of those. Hopefully we have some spare parts for things that we don't expect. So that's the best we can hope for. Just hope for a clean race and nothing unusual breaks. We have a lot of spare parts, but not every single part.
Right on, and I believe you had a last-minute sponsor come on board.
Yes, we did. Yeah, my girlfriend's granddaughter is kind of interested in the car. She's 7 years old. And I said I gave her a Sharpie, and I said you can put your name anywhere you want on the car. And she's pretty savvy for a 7-year-old. She picked a spot right on the hood so the cameras could see her as the car goes by. So that's our only official sponsor right there. So that is a welcome addition to the car. So hopefully she brings us a little good luck.
Excellent. Well, I can tell your team is all prepped and ready to go. Everybody seems very calm and ready to do this thing.
Well, we're glad we show that inside. We're like a duck, right? We're calm on the surface and paddling like hell underneath. So we'll see how it goes. I'm sure as the race gets started, we'll calm down a little bit. see how things go. But we're looking forward to like a nice, clean race and having a lot of fun.
Awesome. I see your driver getting in now, so I'll let you go.
All right.
You guys have a totally awesome race.
All right, good deal. Thanks, Neil. Appreciate it.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, please observe our flag and honor guard for the national anthem by Leanne Rice. Now, we're inaugurating T3.
All right, folks, that was our national anthem, and we are getting ready to start the race. The call has been made for the crews to clear the grid, so they will be leaving the grid. You can see everybody still out there right now kind of milling around a little bit, but they will be clearing the grid pretty quick here, and we will be ready to go. Again, the crews are snapping selfies like mad and last-minute preparations, and then everybody will clear over the walls, and we will be ready to go. We are about 10 minutes away from the cars heading out. The command was given to start the motors and start warming them up. You can see a lot of action happening there. I think the front two cars are both kind of those spec racers, so they will be starting those cars probably with an external battery and then getting them going. They probably have tire warmers going on, things of that nature. So we are just a few minutes away from the start of the 2018 NASA 25 Hours of Thunderhill presented by Hawk Performance. Again, the broadcast is brought to you all day, all night, and all day by our friends at Toyo Tires. We'll have in-car coverage for you. We will have lots of interviews. We'll have live interviews here in the booth. Try to give you the full flavor of the 25 Hours of Thunderhill. It is a strange beast up here. We have had all sorts of interesting things happen over the years. We have had sleet. We have had snow. We have had zombie fog. We have had all kinds of interesting stuff happen. One year we overloaded every single power unit, every single transformer all the way from here darn near down to Chico, and we blew out all the transformers so we had no power. Shows you how many people come out for this race. There are literally thousands of people that come out. 47 teams this year, and a lot of folks supporting all of those teams. You had heard a few of the stories about how many people come out. You've got all the mechanics, all of the crew, the drivers, people over the wall changing tires, fueling, all sorts of stuff. And then, of course, there's the support crews feeding everybody, making sure everybody is rested and well-fed and ready to go. We've had drivers that have come in and they've gotten exhausted and then they go sleep for a few hours and they're good to go. There was one year, Steve Guerrerian, he did the whole thing 25 hours straight. It was absolutely insane. He actually won his class. He was in a Miata. They called him the Gorilla, and he went out there and he ran for 25 hours on his own. I remember he came in once and they hooked him into an IV for some nutrition and other things. Came in another time, and there was a masseuse there that kind of worked him over a little bit, but he was out there the whole time. That was an impressive performance by Steve. So that's somewhat of a legend. We did have our good friend Bobcat that tried it one year. I think he got about 19 hours in. But it is a very, very complex beast, and you have to be prepared for everything. A smart team will bring along almost a whole separate parts car. You have to be really careful if you have a E30, E36 chassis or an E46 chassis BMW or a Miata. Don't leave it alone in the paddock because there's a chance that it might get stripped for parts by a team that might need a little bit of help. We've seen cars, street cars come in with their license plates on, and then you'll see them midway through the race and it looked like they got parked in a not-so-savory neighborhood and got stripped. But actually it was just the teams going for spares. So again, we are just a few minutes away from the start of our race. It will be all the way around the clock, +1. We'll start here at 11 o'clock on December 1st, and we will end at noon on December 2nd. So we have heard the official call now. 5 minutes is the call. You can see the crowd is starting to disperse. They're going to crank the motors up. They're going to kick some tires, light some fires, and we will be on course for the 16th running of the 25-hour. Of course, this was the Timex 12 Hours of Thunderhill before this, and Jerry Kunzman got an idea, and he just laid it out there, and then the crew made it happen. And every year it's gotten more refined and more technically precise. Robert Kinley and Don Barnwell, of course, two integral members of Jerry's team that have refined things over the year. Robert Kinley has always been our master of tech, or I should say all things information technology, and he has really refined the systems here to make them all work. Hans Dinsa is our chief of tech. Of course, that is the inspection process for safety and for class legality and compliance. And then we have our race directors working this weekend. I believe we have Sean Mazie, Tom Clayton, and Jeff Moeller will be working as our race directors, among others. And those are the stewards. They oversee the competition and make sure everything is on the up and up. So once again, we are here. We're ready to go. You'll see 2 laps. The first will be somewhat of a sighting lap where the cars will go out behind our 3 different pace cars, and then they will come through the pits on that lap. And then the next lap will not be the sighting, but rather the formation lap, where they will form up 2 by 2. So you'll have rows of 2 cars, and then we'll get the green. It's not a there are 2 kinds of starts you can have, a standing start or a flying start. We don't call them rolling because we hate the word roll here at the racetrack. So we will have a flying start for this one, and what that means is the whole field will come down. You will see the starter wave a green flag, and off they go. First corner is always a little interesting as folks sort themselves out, but it's not going to be like a sprint race where there could be a little bit of argy-bargy going on and some of the chrome horn, but we won't have that here, I hope, knock on wood, because this is a 25-hour race and there is absolutely no point to throw it away in the first corner. So you can see all of the personnel clearing out. Pace car lights are on. You can see safety vehicles off there to the left. They're going to stage in that middle compound. You can see off to the right there's some recreational vehicles parked in the middle of the infield there. That is our safety camp. Safety workers are on duty for 25 hours taking shifts, and in the meantime they're over there catching some Z's in the RVs, but they are ready to dispatch 24 hours a day, or 25 hours a day in this case. Had some interesting times here at Thunderhill in the past, and the safety crews have always been up to the job. We are hearing the call now. They're clearing the cold pits as well as the front straight. You can see the marshals out there in their reflective vests, shooing everybody away from the cars and getting ready to go. So if you are looking for the qualifying results, they are available on Race Hero. Just go to the Race Hero page and don't click on live, click on results, and you'll be able to see the overall from last night, and that will give you our starting grid. So we can hear over the air the cars are revving up a little bit. You notice that first row is all going to be ESRs. Those are our prototype cars. They are purpose-built monocoque chassis, single seat, driver in the middle for the most part. Sometimes the driver's on the left or the right depending on the make. Behind that you can see some of the bigger sedans. We'll have the Porsche or sedans and coupes. But those are the unibody cars that are more traditionally what you'd see on the streets. So again, all the information you need is at NASA25hour.com. There are links there with all sorts of information. We have our media guide, we have driver lists, team lists, all of our timing, and all the information you need. You also might get on the good old YouTubes and things of that nature because a number of the teams do have live streams going. As we learn of those, we will pass them along to you. And here we go, folks. They have crossed the stripe, so we have begun the 25 Hours of Thunderhill presented by Hawk Performance at precisely 11 o'clock. So here we go. So you can see that first row is all the ESR cars. Then there's the Lizards and their 911 RSR. Another one of the prototypes. Then we've got one of the EXRs, a BMW there. There's that Audi R8. There was one of our Nissans, both of our Nissans, a 350Z and then that R35. Again, a number, there's that BRZ that we were talking about earlier. Randy's out there, I believe. He said he wasn't starting the race, so one of his colleagues is starting. There's an old stock car coming out there. Again, a great mix of cars. BMW looks like an E46 chassis along with an Audi, another E46, a Miata, one of the newer ND chassis, one of the older NC, or actually the NC and the NB chassis. There's a Civic out there, BMW E30 chassis, a couple more Miatas of different generations. You can see the original generation there has the pop-up headlights. Another stock car, more BMWs, another E46 BMW. Probably some of those teams that popped motors yesterday. We had a spectacular motor explosion down into turn 1, but as you heard, they were changing those engines out and they are ready to rock and roll today. And I'll be darned, we already have someone off. So that's not an auspicious start, but looks like they're going to get in there. I don't know if any of you ever saw the I was 7th video, but he's kind of, oh, that's our GTM, darn it. That's the prototype development group. Looks like he just goosed it a little bit too hard. Went around, so that's not great, but that can happen. Now everybody else will have to sort themselves out. Now, I don't know if you've all seen it, you can Google it, but there was a great video called I Was 7th, and it has someone who thought they were 7th on the grid, and everybody kind of went around them, and then they spent the whole formation lap going out and passing folks. Looks like we have another spin, and oh boy. Guys, cold tires, come on, it's a formation lap. We're not supposed to be doing this yet. Looks like they're underway again. Looks like we have another car that stalled in turn 1. So, geez, I guess it's going to be a barn burner because we already have all sorts of things happening. Oh, I think that's one of the cars that changed a motor overnight. Looks like it might not have worked, so they're towing them off. They didn't even get out of the pits before they had a mechanical failure there, so they're getting a hot tow from what's called a flat tow. All 4 wheels down with a strap hooked up, so they're going to try to clear them quickly so that doesn't interfere with the start of the race. So again, we are seeing, you can see them jinking back and forth. And what they're doing right there is warming up the tires, because these are tires not like the all seasons on the family truckster. These are very specialized compound tires, and they need a little bit of heat in them to work right. So if you look at them, you'd say, hey, why did you buy these tires? They're bald. But you really want that because you don't want a ton of tread on there because it can squirm around. If you kind of think about it, it's like kind of putting your hand on a blade of AstroTurf, and it can kind of squirm around a little bit. But the more you shave it down, the less it's going to move. So whole field coming through. Again, this is just a formation lap. They're going to come through, or this is their sighting lap. They're going to come through the hot pits. Then they'll start forming up, and we will see a green flag. So plenty of excitement so far, but looks like the safety crew has expertly cleared everything. All right, field coming through 14 and 15 now. They are going to come down the front straight. Looks like they're not going through the hot pit as I thought they might. So they are still out there under control of just the main NASA pace car, and they are starting to form up a little bit. So predictions are we will go green this time by. See one of our Mustangs, there's our 2 Honda Research cars, those Civic Type Rs. Matching livery. Again, there they are again. You can see they're warming the tires a little bit, but everybody's starting to tighten up because they want to be in one big squadron as they come down for the start. So they'll be side by side in rows of 2. Again, it's going to be a flying start. Pace car is slowing them down a little bit. You can see they're just creeping, and that can be kind of a nightmare if you have a small clutch in a pretty deep first gear. You can have to keep kind of modulating that clutch so you don't stall. But the pace car we are seeing the field is pretty spread out, so the pace car is trying to stop that front of the field so that everybody in the back can catch up. Because ideally we want to have everybody in one big group as we come through. You see the whole field. You can see in the back, if you look at the turn 1 and 2, between 1 and 2, you see a lot of cars going pretty quickly trying to catch up. Pace car is doing a pretty nice job, as are the front 2 cars there, our pole sitter and our outside pole. They get the program and they're trying to slow everybody up so we're all together for the start. Everybody needs to start moving around. Oh, looks like that Mazda may have actually broken now. You're seeing that shot. So they're having to do a lift tow. That may extend one more lap under yellow, another formation lap, because they will not be able to go green if that car is still stranded there. Can't really see anything going on. Looks like there's I think earlier that was one car that got called out for sound. They're trying to retrieve something from under the tow truck. Looks like it may have been a piece that came off that car. They're working very quickly to try and do a lift tow, and they will probably pull them into the infield at first and then shuttle them across when they're able. But looks like they're hooked up, ready to go, so hopefully they'll be able to clear before the green. See the safety crew really hustling to try and get everything done. There may be some fluid down. Something must have broken. That's interesting. A break on the formation lap or something happened, but we'll try to find that team and get Neil on the scene so he can tell us what happened. But you can see it's a lift. Oh, it looks like it may have folded. Look at that. You can see the right front wheel looks like it may be folded a little bit. So I wonder if a suspension component failed or something like that. But they're going to be able to clear that car. So hopefully we'll go green this time by, but not sure. Field now coming down through turn 9 towards 10 and 11. So hopefully we'll be able to go green this time by. Looks like the crew has cleared that disabled car, so they'll be able to get them back to the back paddock, as it's called, where they can work on the car and fix it up. Not sure what happened, but looks like it was beached pretty hard and something happened. Field now down through 10 and 11, forming onto the back straight behind the pace car. So there we go. They're forming up. Looks like we will be green this time by, but they better hustle a little bit. Looks like number 3 and 4 and 5 need to tighten it up because we are fairly spread out, as you can see, on the back straight, and that's awfully close to the green. So stop warming the tires, kids. It's time to go. Pace car is not off, so we will have one more formation lap. Pace car did not dive off, so we are going to have one more formation lap. Sorry, folks, that's not the exciting start we wanted, but hey, you got to make sure it's all safe and everybody's all formed up correctly. So better safe than sorry. Looks like what they're going to do, you can see in your shot there, they've got that Miata up top with some front end damage. Looks like they're going to wait for the field to go by and use that cut across there right out of 15 and get that car back in the paddock. Looks like the pace car picked it up significantly there. So hopefully everybody gets the memo and is able to form up correctly. There's the front of the field right there coming around. So we will be green this time by. Pace car coming down through the bypass. Hopefully the field starts forming up once we get over the hill into 9 and 10. Again, this is the start of the 2018 NASA 25 Hours of Thunderhill, presented by Hawk Performance. The broadcast this year brought to you by Toyo Tires. Hopefully this time by we will be lights out. And we will be able to begin the actual competition. And we have in-car now. This is one of the Lizards. This is a 911 RSR, I believe about P5 on the grid, so you'll have a great view for the start of the race. You can see all of the cars in front are all of your ESR entries. Trying to warm up the tires a little bit. Down through turn 9, they should start forming up here pretty quick once they come through 10 and 11 onto the back straight, and that way they'll be ready to go. Hopefully green this time by. You can see those violent turns back and forth. That's what's warming up the tires. Those are slick tires on that car. Most likely the Toyo RR, which is a compound that was specifically developed by Toyo for slick tire sports car racing. You can see lots of different switches. Kind of a standard 911 dash, but a lot of different things going on there with switches for different things. It's kind of cool at night. They have something that lights up there in the center of the steering wheel that shows a little bit of a track mat. Now they're starting to form up. Good news. So field will form up there. You can see on the camera shot where they're all starting to form up 2 by 2. Pace car speeding up a little bit. Hopefully we'll pull off this time by, and we will be green. The field is starting to form up there. Looks like a pretty good start. Not a lot of accordion happening. That's where the slow cars catch up to the fast cars and they start knocking back and forth, but looks like we may be good to go for a green flag start this time by. All the way around the clock, +1, 25 hours. Pace car is off. We are ready to go. The pole sitter has the field. We'll bring him down the front straight and we'll be ready to go. You can see the field all formed up very nicely. And here we go. Watch the starter up there in the left-hand corner of your screen, and that will begin our race. Not yet. And green, green, green. There we go. 25 hours underway. Wow, and they are taking it seriously. Coming into turn 1. Wow, 4 wide, 5 wide. Don't they know this is a 25-hour race? Woo! Lots of horsepower through there. You can see them starting to sort out a little bit. But wow, they are really going hard into that first turn. That is amazing. So it looks like we are all clean through turn number 1. Boy, and they are starting to separate out already. Lizard's got a great start in a 911 up to P3 already. Field is starting to sort itself out. I see one of the Nissans, you can see it there, starting to really make a move coming up through the field. But looks like we're clean so far through turn 5 down the bypass. Field is starting to sort out a little bit and spread out a bit. You probably don't want to be right next to someone right now because this is a high probability of contact, and that's not what you want in the opening laps of the race. So we are underway. Now it's 25 hours from here until tomorrow. Leader out with a big lead right now. That is awesome to see. They want to get out and get clear of all of the other cars so they can start notching some laps and getting out in front. Field is sorting out nicely. Looks like we had someone off the inside of turn 9 there. Turn 9's kind of tricky because you're not really sure where the turn is. It's a little bit blind as you approach it. A couple of looks to the inside there. There's that 86 that Randy Popes will be driving later. They're doing great. Field is starting to spread out. And now the strategy begins. The chess game is on for 25 hours. Good weather so far. We do have a front approaching from the northwest. We're not sure what's going to happen there. Look at the speed coming down the front straight already. There's that Audi R8 moving up. There's one of the Hondas already moving way up in field. Another one of the Hondas. So lots of moves happening already. Boy, that's close. A little bit of a squeeze play there along the front straight wall. And we did have a little confusion last night. We were talking about that line there that we thought was a blend line, but actually that's only there for when they run the track in the opposite direction in some of the motorcycle events. So Folks can cross over that line with no problem, but they do have to be very aware, because you can see off the left side of the screen that is where cars enter the track. So they do have to be aware of that, but it's not a violation to cross over that solid painted line. It's not a traditional blend line that you can't cross. So the whole field is now through. And we'll let everybody sort themselves out, and we will start looking at results right now. Looks like turn 3 is out in the front position so far. Norma's last chance right there. Then the Lizards in P3. Big move there, coming up from a 5th starting position now to 3rd position overall. There is a glitch in the timing system. You can see it has one of the cars there with a 4.9 second lap. Probably not correct unless there's a glitch in the space-time continuum. Looks like that 370Z, the Valkyrie Autosport entry, made a nice move on the start. They're out in front of E0 so far. ES, the Lizards out front. Low Group Racing not far behind. Then Clean Blast Racing, David's Racing, that's the stock car. Ford Performance Racing School, PDG, and Three Thieves Racing. Lizards last time by with a 1:49.425. Not bad for the start of the race in traffic. Again, at racehero.io, you can play around with those 2 buttons that are up on the right top to show classes, sort by position, sort by lap time, all kinds of different options there from our friends at Race Hero. So you can follow along all night. So we'll be watching for different moves happening in the field. Again, you can download that Track Flag app and be able to see what's going on at the track. I've got it pulled up on my phone right now, and we are green all the way around the track. There's the in-car. That, I believe, is the GTR, that Toyo Tires Valkyrie Autosport car, and you can see he's battling right there with one of the BMWs. I think that is El Diablo. That is a E36 chassis. It started life as an M3. That car has been around forever. It's funny, I saw Scott Smith, who is the team principal, at dinner last night, and he said that he went to Tech, and they said, hey, why didn't you wash the car? And he said, I did. This is as clean as it gets. So that car's been around for a very long time. And that's pretty cool, an old E36 chassis BMW. Again, E36 being the chassis code. Those cars were from about 1992 or so, all the way up to about 2001, right in there. So we're back in the Lizard Porsche now. This is a 911 RSR, which is a competition evolution of the Porsche 911. You can see some of the 911 bits are still there, but that's a very advanced car. You can see he's really got some serious speed crossing over that blend line, setting up for a little bit of an early apex, which sounds like a somewhat traditional Porsche line where you'd rotate the rear end out, get that motion going on, and then just let the front end track through. And the neat thing about a 911 is with all that weight over the rear wheels, you're able to add power very quickly and very immediately, and it's all just right down there, ready to go. So looking right now, you are watching around the bypass. That is the Lizards with one of the prototype cars right behind them. They are right together. But again, that's probably not, they don't want to tangle with each other because they're in different classes. The prototype will most likely be in ESR and the Porsche's in ES. So you don't want to tangle with an out-of-class car because that is super pointless, especially this early in the race. So we are only a few laps in. Usually we end up with laps in the 600 to 700 count or better for the winner, sometimes 800. But again, that depends on the weather. The year we had the zombie fog, we had a super low count, and if we have weather and have to put the field out behind the pace car, that will slow things down quite a bit and affect our lap count overall. But we have a lot of different camera angles for you all to follow this year. Live time, we've come a long ways since the day when we had just a couple of old Sony video cams kind of precariously sitting out in the mud in a few places, and we were trying our best. We really have evolved it thanks to Roman Weisman, our producer, who has done a great job in upping the technology, taking advantage of the Wi-Fi and everything else. There was sort of a wide body chassis right there. That was another that was the E36, excuse me. You Shot had the big flares on there. That's your final turns before the front straight. Now we're looking down the front straight camera. A lot of speed happens here, a lot of passing on that front straight, a little bit of drafting. I believe that's our R8 right there. That is that Jester and Babbitt, powered by Shift Up now. So right now that Eastern Turn 3 Motorsport car with the overall lead. In your screen you just saw that TAPG, Toyota Arizona Proving Ground GT86 going by. A couple of Audis right there. BMWs, all very traditional and successful marks in endurance racing. There's our TAPG 86. So we'll give you the top 5 in each class now. E0, Toyo Tires, Valkyrie Autosport. That's the 370Z out front. P2 is El Diablo Motorsports. Then the Honda Racing THR West 1 in P3. Then the GTR of Toyo Tires, Valkyrie Autosport P4. And then P5 is Honda Racing, their second entry. It looks like actually they are in a different class than the Toyota. The Toyota is in E1, whereas the Hondas are in E0, but I'm sure there's still some bragging rights who finishes in front of each other anyway. E1, Art Racing, 2. That's your leader overall. Then TAPG, that's our 86. Then Technic AGM. Of course, Technic is one of the podcasts that's going to be coming out later. Peter Hopeland's podcast, Technic, you can find it out there. He does a great show, and he's doing a retrospective of the history of the 25 hours, which will be out soon. Then Team Frosson and Art Racing 1 is your 5th position in E1. E2, only 2 entries. Out in front, HQ Autosport Racing and Kiwi Racing. E3, Shift Up Now. That's one of our all-female teams. They are in the lead right now, followed by RA Motorsports 40. Team Neth Racing Works, A-Plus Racing, same as before, and Stain Motorsports. We talked to them earlier on the grid. That was our group of veterans. ES, the Lizards, out in front in their 911 RSR, then Low Group Racing. Clean Blast, David's Racing, that's our stock car. Ford Performance Racing, that's the Mustang. Prototype Development, that is that Factory 5 GTM prototype effort. ESR, Norma's Last Chance now out in front, lead change. Eastern Turn 3 Motorsports in second. Third place, Team Fellner Motorsports. Fourth place, CrowdStrike 1 Motorsports. Fifth place, 1 Motorsports Radical. So that's your running order thus far. 6 laps completed out of many, many laps to come. So you are seeing down there that blue flag with the yellow stripe. That's the passing flag. Now we are in car with the RSR. Now, boy, they are having, I think that's Johannes van Overbeek that's driving, and he is having to work through that traffic. So let's watch and see how he handles going by 2 slower cars right now. There's a Miata in front of him. Looks like another BMW, so he should have a good passing opportunity here in this straight. Let's watch how he gets it done. So that was a nice job. The slower driver's moving over to let him come on through. It is quite intimidating when you see one of those big, fast cars coming up behind you. You don't want to make an abrupt move and panic and swerve, but you just want to ease over and let them on by. All right, folks, so we are underway. You are watching video from around the track. We're going to go and try and chase down some interviews for you, get a little color on perhaps some of the cars that were already borked, and see how things are going in the opening stages. And we will have updates for you at the top of every hour. Again, mixing that in with content in cars from the Valkyrie GTR, as well as the Lizards in the 911 RSR, and we'll try to keep it interesting for you. Any questions, you can get into the comment window there on Vimeo on the live stream, and we will be following that, doing our best to try and answer questions for you as they come up. And again, we thank all of you for following along. We'll be here all day and all night, so anything you want to see, any teams you have an interest in, please let us know. We'll try to chase them down in the paddock and find some good stories for you. But again, thank you for watching. This is the NASA 25 Hours of Thunderhill, presented by Hawk Performance, and our good friends at Toyo Tires are bringing you the broadcast this year. Thanks so much for following along, and we'll be back with more content, some interviews down in the paddock in just a few minutes. And folks, looks like we have a major development. That's a 911 RSR, and we did see an incident earlier where there was some contact. Looks like that has resulted in some kind of major problem. They are going super slow, so they may be without power. Hopefully he can make it all the way in. It looks like the car's not running right now, or some sort of driveline failure, maybe an axle, something like that, but the car is just barely moving just at the track exit right now, so they're probably going to stage a safety vehicle to come get him if they have to, but it looks like our 911 RSR, one of our early front runners, is already in some sort of trouble. So we'll see. Up here will be the cutoff where the car will either go down the pit lane for a quick repair, or it'll make a right and head up into the cold pit or the paddock for major repairs. So this is a huge development right now. The 911 RSR, the Lizards, Flying Lizards, We'll see if they head back paddock or if they're going to try to attempt a repair at their pit stall, which is coming up fairly soon. There's another break in the wall. They're not taking that. So they are headed very slowly. Car may have minimal power. Looks like the driver is making a couple of adjustments there to the ventilation in the car. No, he is headed back paddock, so that's got to be some kind of major problem with the car if they need to bring it back to the actual back paddock. Looks like it doesn't have power. They're going to have to push it. So this is a big development. 911 RSR in the back paddock for repairs. So we'll see what's happening there. We'll check back in with them later. But as we said, the 25 hour is an unpredictable beast. And it's already had its way with one of our front runners, but that's a super professional team. One of the best teams in sports car racing, and they will be able to hopefully make repairs to that 911 and get it back out there and start chasing down the overall and the win in ES.
up with our Flying Lizard Porsche. They say that they have an axle issue, so it's relatively smart to take a look at it in the pits before something really big happens, and that's what they're doing. It seems like a minor issue, and they're hoping to be out on track within a couple more minutes from now. So stay tuned, we'll be back on another pit interview.
All right, folks, sorry about that audio issue with the camera. We are working on that, trying to get that sorted out for you. I did get some more information on the drivers. If you look on Race Hero, you can click on it, and it should say which driver, if you click into the details, is behind the wheels at any different time. So we have information on some of them who is there, but some of them we don't have that information, but occasionally you will have that. So if you are curious about who is behind the wheel at any given point, that information is there. So again, the big development is the Lizards have their RSR sidelined for a little bit with some axle issues. We know there were a couple other cars with some mechanical issues, but for the most part, the field is sorting itself out. Right now, overall lead does belong to Norma's Last Chance. They are out in front. Their fast lap so far, a 1:44.330. However, the best lap so far of the day is a 1:44.196 by that Eastern Turn 3 Motorsport. Again, they are in the ESR class, so those are our spec racer type cars, our monocoque chassis, not the usual unibody that you'd see in a proper sports car. Well, not proper, but let's say a sports car that is street car based. See a whole gaggle of BMWs coming down the front straight there. There's that wide body E36. Big old fender flares and a lot of tire on that car. And now you'll be able to see what happens when a really fast car comes up on a slower car in that first turn. Again, that sports racer had enough stick to take to the inside of turn 1 and go around that BMW on the inside, which is a pretty brave pass. But on the slicks and with all the downforce, they can make it work. There's the TAPG entry. More BMWs. There's our Mustang coming down the road. Also one of our stock cars. That's the Camaro bodied car. I believe that's the Davis Clean Blast guys. So the field's starting to sort itself out. We are coming up on almost an hour completed. So only 24 more to go. Gosh, that's nothing, fellas. That drew a laugh from everybody up here in the booth. So again, we're going to work on chasing down a little more info about the Lizards while trying to stay out of their way and not get hit upside the head with an impact gun. And as we come up with more stories, we will mix those in for you. We will have a lot of interviews in the booth. Right now is a pretty intense time as people are shaking out their teams and trying to understand what's going on and where they are and settling into their routines. Again, this is only 1 hour completed or so, with 24 more to go. We are watching a weather front off to our northwest. We have a lot of rain up here in Northern California this time of year. Last week or so has been very wet. I'm based about 90 miles south of here in Yolo County. We are in Glenn County near the town of Willows, almost directly east of the town or the city of Chico, north of Sacramento, about 90 miles or so from the airport. But you can see we have absolutely gorgeous weather right now, just some high clouds, very mild temperatures. It's supposed to get a little chilly tonight. I think the forecast is for about 28 degrees, and that can have a real effect on how tires are working and also how cold drivers get. We have had years past. I remember one time I was working in the hot pits, and we had a car come in. It was an open cockpit, one of the old Spec Racer Fords, and it was raining and sleeting, and the car had actually filled up with water inside, and the driver was sitting in a bathtub full of cold water, and the driver had come in because they could no longer feel any of their lower extremities. So they put the car up on jack stands, drilled some holes in the bottom of it, let all the water drain out, and sent them back out. 25 Hours of Thunderhill presented by Hawk Performance. Have our 25-hour, top-of-the-hour update. And we also have a special guest, my good friend Sean Sampson from Sampson Racing Communications, and a veteran 25-hour driver has joined us here in the booth. Sean, welcome to the booth.
Thank you so much. Look at this weather.
It's unbelievable, huh? Tell me about the worst weather you've seen at the 25.
The snow.
The snow.
Yeah.
Right.
Snow
The year
and
it
the rain.
snowed.
Yeah, the snow and the rain. In fact, sitting up here watching snow come down the hills was a little surreal.
A little strange.
Yeah.
We've had snow, we've had rain, and at the NASA Championships one year we had fire. So we've had all kinds of stuff. It's a wild place up here in Northern California. So, Sean, tell us a little bit about what you're doing here this weekend.
So this weekend I'm racing as well, but I have my crew here doing support for drivers and tech. Anybody who needs communications, we've been offering services for NASA since the beginning, 25 years. So I'm proud to be part of this particular heritage. It's an awesome event. And I always look forward to it. It's like a big giant Christmas before Christmas.
It is true. We all get to see all our buddies and we get all the people we've missed during the year. Now, tell me, I know there's been quite an evolution in your world going from the old days of analog where we were happy to get signal on half of the track to digital now. Tell us about some of the developments there and what you've seen over the past 15, 20 years being in this business.
Yeah, the quality of what we offer now is fantastic. It's 100% on any racetrack. So as long as the install's done, it's perfect, and it's a much better transition from a racer to our crews, and our crew back to a racer. So having the ability to have 100% communication, especially at this event at 2:30 in the morning, knowing your spotter can actually talk to you without any sort of static, it's fantastic. And club racing has become so much involved in communications and people being involved, family and friends, and having the 100% communication it's an awesome experience compared to I'm not going to say a tin can and strings back in the day, but it wasn't that good. Now it's fantastic, and the price point's much better, so it's good.
So what are you driving this year?
We're running a E46 spec and E1. Car number 14, Team Technic. Raced with this team a couple different times over the years. Good team. They always have their stuff together. We've podiumed on this, and we've been close here with this particular car. So this year we have, I think there's 11 in E1 or 12.
Quite a few. Quite a few.
So we got our hands full. I think we qualified right mid-pack, but everybody was in a second or so of each other in qualifying last night. So it's going to be an interesting dogfight. It won't really happen until tomorrow morning at 7 or 8 in the morning.
Right. That's when the rubber meets the road. When the sun comes up and you're kind of feeling your oats again after being beat up all night.
Correct.
Now, tell me about some of the different cars you've driven here over the years. I know there's been a huge variety.
Yeah, from Hondas to BMWs to Miatas. Those are the cars that I've been in over the years here.
And there were some rotaries in there, too, as I remember.
Back in the day, sure.
The spinning Dorito.
Yes, exactly. And they were warm cars, so even if it was cold, you were happy to be there.
Right. It was overheating constantly,
yes,
so
yeah.
that was nice.
I must say that I've never been warm in a race car before until that RX-7 event here, and it was probably a night like tonight. I'm going to be racing tonight at 2:33 in the morning. I think our low is supposed to be 32 degrees.
Somewhere in there.
That's the only time I've ever been cold in a race car. This year might be another evening.
Might be another cold year. Again, huge advancements in driver comfort. We were talking earlier a little bit about some poor guy coming in a spec racer Ford almost frozen into it in a block of ice and things like that. Now we have cool suits and we have heating and we have good communications. I can remember having to put 2 or 3 guys with radios around the track just to make sure one of them would be able to talk to you.
Sure.
Even at, Buttonwillow back in the day when you and I used to race together in Enduros. I mean, most of the time you were really relying on the pit board because the radio was not so great.
Skitsy, to say the least, yeah.
And now we have full communication. It's a huge advantage because you can tell what's going on around the track. If the car's borked, then we need to know what's going on. So
here at this event too, I mean, of all the events that I've raced at, this one is in particular. My spotter is so important to me as a driver to, as a mid-pack car speed-wise, knowing what's in front of me, where I need to be, what corner, how we're not going to slow each other down, and also allowing the faster cars to get through at a clean pace without slowing them down or slowing ourselves down, because all we're looking for as a driver is to click off that 202, 203, 201 lap after lap. Whether you have traffic or not, you need to be on that pace. So having a spotter is a crucial part of this particular race.
Well, that is a good perspective of veteran. How many years is this? 15?
15
years at the 25-hour. I think
yeah.
I've never actually driven the 25-hour. I drove the 12-hour in its final year, which is a nightmare year. I showed up with a good friend of mine. It turns out he snored like somebody trying to kickstart a Peterbilt, and it was a terrible, terrible thing. And we ended up blowing a clutch on the first shift, and I fell asleep in the car getting ready for the second shift. And I woke up with someone slapping me awake and saying, "Go, go, go!" Just as the sun was coming down, the lights were pointed all over the place. This was Tom Pauly's Central,
Sure.
if you remember. And we
Yes.
were like a bunch of monkeys trying to play football there, and it was it was not the greatest effort in the world, but boy, we still had fun.
There's an interesting perspective, and I looked at this today, and it's the first time I kind of put it to timing. But we won this class in 06 in E0. We took first overall. Our average lap times was about a 2:06. That was with a second-gen RX-7 rotary, and I think today's qualifying was in E0 was a 1:54. There's 10 seconds faster.
It's evolved.
It's evolved.
It's evolved. And I used to have the job of being the job that Hans Stensa has right now, being the chief of tech, and these cars are all so diverse and so different that we had to look at lap times. And as you said, right? I mean, now 2:05, that's an E3 time.
Yeah.
Where it used to be an E1, E0 time. E0 is now 1:55. E1 is 2 minutes. E2 is 2:03s. E3 is 2:05s. So as the cars have gotten faster, we've kind of adjusted the rules a little bit. But hey, the technology's gotten better. The tires have gotten better. Everything about the cars. And the drivers.
The drivers.
Honestly.
There's not a whole lot of drivers out here the first time out here. Most of them have experience endurance racing for sure.
Right. This is not where you want to go for your first endurance race.
No. And most people like myself, I just kind of come in for the night stuff. I've been doing it for so long, and I love the night. So I'm happy to be. Hey, if you want to drive the night stints, Sean, fantastic. And
so you are the night watchman.
There's a few of us, in our team that just like the nights, and we like the nights. So it's all good.
Awesome. Well, let's give you that top of the hour update. ES, we've got Clean Blast Racing. David's racing out in front. Of course, there's a little drama there with the Lizards out with a axle failure, a drive axle failure. They changed that out in 20 minutes flat, so they are back out there trying to regain their position. Second place in ES is Ford Performance Racing School, then Prototype Development Group. Three Thieves Racing and the Low Group Racing is in P5. Looks like they are stationary right now, so we do have Neil Daly down in the paddock trying to chase down what's going on with them. And then the Lizards, they are in P6. ESR, Norma's Last Chance in the first position, then Eastern Turn 3 Motorsports. Team Fellner Motorsports Race 3, then CrowdStrike 1 Motorsports Radical. Looks like Flying Dutchman has been stationary for quite a while. They're back paddock, and the Hose Doctor looks like they were out very early. GT Challenge, that is at Jester and Babbitt Motorsports with Shift Up. And going over to E1 right now, of course, Sean, that's where you'll be in a little bit. Art Racing 2 out in front, then Frasun. Art Racing 1, Morewood Creative. TAPG, that's the Toyota 86. Then your team, Sean, P6, Technic AGM. 6 Sideways powered by Shift Up now. They have the 7th position. Looks like one of the Hondas is back paddock right now. So they are in 8th position. 9th position and 10th position looks like they didn't even notch any laps, so those are not ones to talk about right now. E0, the veterans, El Diablo Motorsports in that E36 M3 that's been around forever. They've got the first position in E0. Position 2, Toyo Tires. Valkyrie Autosport, that's their 370Z. Then Honda Racing, the Team 1, looks like Tom O'Gorman is behind the wheel. Toyo Tires, Valkyrie Autosport. That's the GTR in P4, Honda Racing West P5. Then Das Boot Motorsports P6. Then our EXRs, the 92 team is in P7. And the 97 team is in P8. Then RA Motorsports 50. And ARG Motorsports 1. Now, I had been calling, I realize this now, I've been calling the EXRs around as Audis when in fact they are the EXR Motorsports, the custom-built tube frame cars, but with the cladding on them that makes them look like different types of cars. They have one that is the Midjet, and then those Audis that they have adopted. So that's not a real Audi. That is, in fact, one of the EXR Motorsports cars. Those are really cool cars. They have a good series going across the country.
And that's a Renault motor, is that correct? 2.0 liter?
I'm not sure. It may be the Formula Renault motor.
Okay, I think that's
that's
what I heard too.
But those are great cars. They've
Great
got a cool
group.
series going on. They're racing with us here. I know they are racing in Vegas. They're based out of Las Vegas. And then they also are down in Florida. They're going to be joining us in NASA, Florida region down there.
Yeah, that's a good car. We've been doing their communication since they showed up here stateside, and they're a fun car to work on. They're easy and they're really well built. So when you get to crawl around and do the wiring and see what they've got involved in it, that's great. And Alex runs that program. It's a very good program.
Very cool, very cool. Well, the one class we didn't catch up on, let's catch up with E2. Kiwi Racing in the first position, then HQ Autosport Racing in second. Shift up now with Ashley Freiberg behind the wheel, P3 in E2. E3, RA Motorsports 40. Then Team Neth Racing Works, followed by Stain Motorsports. Then Brown Hire, A Plus Racing in P5. P6, RA Motorsports 27. P7, Tazio Otis Racing. P8, RA Motorsports 35. And P9, A Plus Racing, new and improved. And those are your rundowns for the field. Now we have a bunch of interviews stacked up, so we want to thank our good friend Sean Sampson for coming up and joining us in the booth. And now we'll get you some color from the paddock. And again, we'll update you on the running order at the top of every hour and mix in other stories as we can. Once again, thanks for joining us here at the NASA 25 Hours of Thunderhill, presented by Hawk Performance, and the broadcast brought to you by our good friends at Toyo Tires. We'll have some interviews for you. Stay tuned.
live.
All right, folks, we are back. We are up in the booth right now instead of down in the paddock. We're still struggling with some issues there, but we do have two guests. We've got Bo and Carl from the Prototype Development Group.
That's right.
So tell us, how's the race going for you guys so far? I saw it, the qualifying times you laid down last night, that was some strong sauce.
Well, that's thanks to my co-driver Carl here, so he can tell you how he did it, because I'm in the next stint and I want to go that fast too.
How'd you do it?
Just flat out.
You drive flat out.
Most people don't do that in qualifying, so I just went flat out, and that way it worked out.
Nice.
No, we have had great development on the car throughout the years, and
Right.
I think that's kind of what's coming together here. We're figuring out suspension. We got really awesome ride tech shocks on it. We're always fiddling with the springs that we get from Swift Springs. They're very consistent for us. We can develop towards a car that actually gets faster. The tricky part for us has been to figure out how to get a car to go fast here when we make it go fast at another racetrack. And it's
Right.
always, this is a very unique course.
It's a unique beast.
But we got it sorted out, and I really didn't do much different than before. That's why I was joking. I went flat out because I did the same, but the car is actually just performing much better than it used to.
Now, tell us a little bit. Tell us about the car. What sort of car is it?
It's a Factory 5 prototype, so it was built by Richard and Yvonne Migliori. And the car has just so much history. It's just been around. Everybody seems to know this car. The 1 year I've done the 25 hour. I think this is about my 8th or 9th. I haven't counted yet. The 1 year I took off, they had a serious fire with the car, right? And you were here.
I was there.
So that happened pretty much at the very beginning of the race.
Second or third lap.
I was not privy to this because that was the year that I didn't do the race. So the very next year, I got the call at the 11th hour, and they said, "Hey, there's an opportunity. Can you come and drive the Factory 5 and the 25?" And I said, "Absolutely. I know that car. I'll totally do it." The first thing I noticed is that you sit in the center of the car. There's a very, very tiny window that you have to crawl through to get in. It's not very easy. So if getting in is easy, getting out is even harder.
Right.
So I'm sitting there and I'm trying to learn what all the switches and buttons and everything do. It's a very complicated car. And the team owner, Richard, is standing there showing me how to do it. And I said, "How long will this car go on fuel?" And he said, "About 2 hours and 20 minutes.
Wow.
And I went, "What? How much fuel is in this thing?" And he goes, "Well, under your left elbow is 22 gallons, and under your right elbow is another 22 gallons. And I went, "Well, boy, I hope I don't have to get out of this thing too quick because it was kind of hard to get out." And he goes, "Last year the thing burnt to the ground. That guy got out real quick."
He was well motivated.
He was well motivated for sure.
And I can remember. I think if you look in the logbook, you'll actually find my signature. Because when they built the car, we did have a lot of discussion about those tanks, and then they engineered a really nice solution for them. But what a tremendous advantage having 44 gallons of fuel. Now tell us, what's the engine?
So the engine is an LS3.
LS3.
Basically a crate motor. It's
Okay.
a 525 horsepower, nothing crazy. Very durable. We can run 225s in a season on it. Just a little bit of head refresh with the valve springs, and we like that kind of performance because it's great bang for the buck, and it allows us to be able to race in a race like this and show up every year.
Well, and it seems like every year with the team, the performance gets better. The first couple of years were a little bit rough, but as you said, Richard and Yvonne have put together an impressive program. And every year it steps up a little bit. You were talking about the suspension. Is that kind of your bag?
That is something I've been working a lot with in the past, and we did get this fantastic, partnership with Ride Tech, and that kind of took us to the next level from about 3 years ago when I joined the team, and we just unleashed a world of grip. But also one thing we went into was looking at tires that would be suitable for the weight, because it's a quite heavy car with all the fuel. And a lot of steel and things. Richard builds it so he feels it's very safe for his drivers.
Right.
So the tires, we're running on Hankook tires, and it's a slick that's really durable. It doesn't really give us these super fast lap times when we're cold, but it will run for many hours on that car and still have very similar lap time at the end of a 4-hour stint.
So is your strategy to try and fuel and tires at the same time? They both last about the same amount?
That's correct. The tires actually last twice the amount of the fuel.
Wow.
So we're running 4.5 hours on those tires.
That's incredibly durable.
Yeah, and yet to be able to match with guys that change tires every 90 minutes. So
Right.
we feel kind of proud over that.
Yeah.
Or about that, and but it's also due to how we manage the tires with the suspension.
Right.
Kind of a lot of ingenuity in a car that's not very expensive to build or work on in your garage.
Right,
with.
because the LS3 you can get in any Chevy dealer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we're Summit Racing, and it's there on your doorstep 2 or 3 days later.
Yeah.
Well, that's impressive, guys. So tell me, how's the car feeling so far this morning? What's the report?
Well, we haven't driven it yet. We're still on the
Right.
first stint. Troy Lindstrom is in the car right now.
Troy, sure.
Yeah, absolutely. He's usually out here with his pickup truck.
With the truck,
Yeah,
right?
absolutely. So now he's been driving with. We've had the same driver lineup. I think this is the third year in a row,
Okay.
and that's probably another reason that we've gotten quicker and quicker and quicker is that consistency. So I'll take over next.
Okay.
Then you.
Mike gets in.
Mike gets in.
Mike
Holland, who's driven the car probably more than all of us
For
combined.
about a decade,
Yeah.
Yeah, but so far the lap times have been coming down, and we're kind of right in the pocket of where we want to be.
And where is that? What's the lap time?
53s, 54s, 52s.
Right around, yeah. Basically a clear
know.
lap 52, in
Okay.
traffic at 54.
Yeah.
And if we can lap around that window, we're doing reasonably good in our class. But we might turn up the wick a little bit later.
Turn up the
because
game.
we also want to see if there's a shot for the overall win. That's obviously why we're here.
Right.
Yeah,
right.
absolutely.
But there's the prototype cars are very quick, but
But-
it's a long race.
But we've seen things happen with the prototype cars. The motors are a little bit fragile. I mean, a Chevy LS3, it'll take a beat.
Knock on wood.
Right, right. Exactly. Yeah, we always got to say that. Maybe a plastic table. That's not so cool.
Yeah, not
There you
mine.
go.
Well, guys, thank you for coming in and giving us some color. Stop by again and let us know how it's going throughout the evening. And we have high hopes. Very impressed. I mean, Carl, geez, the stuff you put down in qualifying to kind of stick it to the Flying Lizard team, that's pretty darn cool, especially with, I'm not going to call it a homebrew effort because it's very, very professionally run. But would you qualify as a grassroots effort?
I would say that.
Okay.
Some of the materials that are prepared before the race come from the hardware stores.
So that's it. That's the story, folks. We have a grassroots effort that's sticking it to the big guys.
There you go. And
So
stop
that-
by any time because part of our grassroots effort is nobody eats better than us because Yvonne's doing the cooking.
I'll be down.
Absolutely.
All right, guys. Thank you so much for stopping by. Great luck. Again, that's the Prototype Development Group team. They are
Yep.
running a Factory 5 GTM in the ES class, looking for the ES win and the overall win. Wish you guys good luck, and we will see you soon.
Thank you. You can follow Bo Borders at Borders Racing and
Carl Reitquist on we have actually onboard from the car on youtube.com/Carl Reitquist.
There you
spell
have it.
it reasonably right, you'll get it.
I couldn't pronounce it, Carl, so I'm sure they can spell it.
Thank you so much
All
for
right,
having
guys.
us.
Good luck, and we'll see you soon. All right, folks, we have another guest up in the booth. We have Sarah Montgomery with us from the Six Sideways powered by Shift Up Now team.
Absolutely. I am honestly so thrilled to be here. It was somewhat of a last-minute deal that got put together, but Lynn is a fabulous woman, and I am, like I said, just honored to be here with such a really great team. So.
Now, you've already had some challenges within the team with your sister car. Tell us about what happened.
Yeah, so our car is being run right now by Shay Holbrook. So Shay qualified and she started the race for us. I think we were 2 positions behind our sister car, which is also another MX-5 running in Six Sideways. John Dean, the team owner of Six Sideways, was running the car at the time, and literally the first out lap, they go over turn 5, which is basically the blindest corner out here. It's like a launch, so you don't have much stability in these cars over that hill because we don't have downforce. Even though we're not going fast on the out lap, there's not much downforce to keep it
still
stable.
Unloaded.
Yeah, it's completely unloaded. And when he crested over the hill, mind you, it's not even, we hadn't even done a full lap yet. It's still under yellow, first out lap. There was a car stopped right when you crested that hill. We don't know if they stalled out or if they slowed down, whatever, but John had absolutely nowhere to go. And it's really sad because it crunched the subframe, and now they're trying to get our parts car running to possibly put that one out on track. But I feel horrible for them. They didn't even get to see the green flag, and so they're working like all the guys are completely just running around, and I've tried to help, but it's better for me to just step away.
As a driver, you often have to do that because if you start flinging wrenches and then it's kind of a division of labor, right?
Yeah, it's kind of funny because they brought the parts car obviously for something like this, but they had taken a lot out of the parts car to put into the car that was unfortunately hit today. And so they're now taking everything out that they just put in last night back into the parts car. So that's just kind of how that goes.
Now tell me, what's the driver lineup for your team?
So our driver lineup for the Shift Up Now crew, obviously Shift Up Now is really about women empowerment and just doing great things, getting more women involved in motorsports and driving. So my driver lineup is Shay Holbrook, who's in the car now, Pippa Mann, Amy Dilks, who's really cool girl.
From the Northeast?
Yep, exactly. Spec Miata driver.
Yes, I know her.
Yep, and then myself and Ashley Freiberg she's in the E30, the other Shift Up Now E30 car.
Okay.
She was supposed to be in our car half of the time.
Okay.
But we have figured out it might be better for her to stay in that car, but you might see her in our car sometime tonight, so don't put it past her to try and get her way into that MX-5.
Yeah, no, so you told me earlier that that's your home series.
So yeah, I really started pro racing in the Mazda MX-5 Cup Series. I think I started in 2014 and then went through 2017.
Okay.
And then in 2017 I did the Pirelli World Challenge in a Honda Civic.
Okay.
And then 2018's really been about pushing and finding funds for a really awesome 2019 season.
Okay.
So,
it's always a challenge in pro racing.
Slightly, because people don't realize how expensive racing is.
Well, I heard a joke. It's, how do you make a small fortune in racing? Start with a really large one.
Yeah, exactly. That is a very true statement. So, unfortunately, that's how it goes, but it's what keeps your passion going for such a sport, It keeps you wanting to push harder to get back in the seat, so it's a lot of work, but I tell you, it's a lot of fun it's very satisfying whenever you see all the work you put into it come through. For something like this, I was absolutely devastated about a month ago because I had 4 people on the line to run this race with me. And literally the same day, they all backed out on me. I was at work trying to not cry and just have a meltdown because there's no other race that any other driver wants to do than the 25 hours, So it's such a iconic race. So that day, I was just devastated. The very next day, I get a call from John Dean, the owner of Six Sideways. He's like, so I might have something going. And John's not the type to not tell me something, and he literally hangs up. And I'm like, okay, well, this is weird. So John's working on something.
Top secret.
He won't tell me anything about it. I didn't want to pry and ask because I didn't want to get my hopes up too much.
Right.
And then he calls me the next day with my best friend Ashton Harrison, who's on the other female team with Flying Lizard.
Right.
And she's almost crying because she's so excited because the deal came through where I was going to be running with Shift Up Now, another all-female team. So John pitched it to Lynn in a way like, hey, we do have a car, but one condition, there's one driver that's coming with it. So,
package deal, right?
Yeah, exactly, and that would be me.
It's good to have friends like that.
Yeah, oh, for sure. And John's really always taken good care of me, Six Sideways. But I'm now really excited to be a part of the Shift Up Now team because Lynn, who's put this whole program together, has been such a blessing to work with. And I really love the mission that she has. And it's really cool to have this mission in a car that was, purchased for me by a partner of mine who wanted me to help and do good for others. So even though it's one way of me to help give back in a way to use my car for this event. So it's worked out every aspect, every angle. And the other strange thing is the Shift Up Now team has a full caterer. So we're like full catered meals, like breakfast, lunch, snacks, dinner, midnight snacks.
No microwave hot dogs.
Oh my gosh,
Pop-Tarts.
I am mind blown. You walk in, they're literally all in catered outfits, like
That's
the
awesome.
white tux with like the button down.
Nice.
And
So it's like a wedding.
the big refrigerators like that stand way tall and they slide the food in. I'm just like, it's awesome.
So you all will be at least very well taking care of a nutrition and everything else. And
well,
it
maybe
sounds like you have
too much.
Well, yeah, you got to watch that because then you're kind of nodding off. As you're coming around turn 9. And, okay.
Yeah.
There's a track.
Yep, exactly.
So tell me about, should you have a full crew? Is that also an all-female crew, or is it kind of mixed in? Or?
So it's not an all-female crew. We're right now, it's hard finding females crew-wise, but we're working on it, So working on my car is the Six Sideways team, so Six Sideways crew.
Okay.
I just love those guys and I trust them with my entire car. So car stays with Six Sideways. They're working on the car. So it's Six Sideways powered by Shift Up Now, basically.
Right on.
And then Shift Up Now has their own crew, mostly men, which is,
I have a vested interest because I may have a 14-year-old mechanic for you at some point, my daughter.
Okay.
So,
Definitely,
look,
that is awesome.
She can change the front shocks on a dually in 30 minutes.
Okay,
so,
hired.
Right. So I have a vested interest, but what you're doing is so cool.
Yeah.
And we're, all of us at NASA are 100% behind you all.
Mm-hmm.
And it's really cool to see 3 different teams here running with that same mission. And I think it is admirable and it is something we really want to see succeed. So good luck. Come back and check in with us and let us know how you're doing.
Yep, you can count on that.
Let us, because you gave us a story. We were all wondering what happened because
it
there was a big enough hit to where the car was stalled, and we said, well, did they lose a clutch, a drive line?
Yeah, no.
And then when it came up, we could see the right hand
it was
folded under.
completely crunched in.
Yeah.
So unfortunately, a lot of subframe damage, so they're working on that,
It's brutal.
Yeah, so thank you for having me. Can I plug a couple sponsors for Shift Up
Get
now?
after it.
Couple partners. I add. So Toyo Tires has been an amazing partner for us. They've literally helped us with all of our tires in the MX-5, which honestly, it doesn't get much better than that. So complete big thank you to Shift Up Now and Toyo Tires.
Wonderful.
My personal partners, my own city, Lafayette, Louisiana. That's where I'm born and raised.
Now, do you say it Lafayette or Lafayette?
I'm sorry, what?
I have a lot of relatives in southern Arkansas, and so there's great debate on how to pronounce all the different cities.
Well, that's not how us little Louisianians call it.
Louisiana.
So Lafayette, Louisiana, that's my hometown. A lot of great food, so it's really nice to have good catered food here with Shift Up Now. Lemons of Love, a partner that I work with closely, a nonprofit that donates chemo care packages to those going through cancer. And last but not least is a partner of mine coming today here to the racetrack, E. Esposito Interior. She's based out of California, interior designer, so it's really cool. So
yeah, well, we don't get where we are without the support of others.
Yeah,
it's great that you've got a great team behind you.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
So we're looking for rebuilding year kind of this year, and then you will be back in pro racing 2019, 2020?
Fingers, toes, eyes crossed, because I'm working hard. I've got a lot of things going, but don't want to jinx myself. So.
Right on. You don't want to let the cat out of the bag, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Outstanding.
Exactly. So.
All right, folks. Well, that is Sarah Montgomery. She is running out here today. She will be back to check in with us later. Sarah, thanks for joining us here in the booth.
Thank you for having me. I'll see you guys soon.
Very good. All right, folks, we are live back up in the booth at the 25 Hours of Thunderhill presented by Hawk Performance. And I've got another interview. I have the driver out of a very interesting car. Justin Krickenberg, tell us what you are driving.
Hi, yes, I'm out here driving the Toyo Tires at Valkyrie Autosport Nissan GTR. Pretty fantastic car that we're all excited about. As far as we know, it's the first time a GTR has been ran in the 25, so it makes it a real interesting pioneer project that I'm grateful to be a part of.
So, what is it like driving Godzilla?
It is different. I come from a world of spec Miatas, which is a little bit lower on the power, not as big tires, you drive them a little different, and this thing has I was telling Brian Locke, it has an uncomfortable level of grip. The moment you think you're at the edge, you realize it can carry a lot more, and it just seems to never want to give up, and the all-wheel drive system just makes it a different beast that we were happy to bring out here.
So, how did your stint go? You had the first stint, you had the start, and how long were you in the car?
I felt like I was in the car for 20 minutes. It's such an easy car to drive,
wow.
But I think I was in there for a little over an hour.
Okay.
It was great. We started well. We started second in EO. We were maintaining that pace for a while. We slipped back a little bit, but we were starting to make it back up with a pretty solid, comfortable pace. And then we ran into a slight fuel issue where it kind of starved itself out, so it set us back a little bit, but we got it resolved and we are back out there. I'm happy to have these happen in the first stint as opposed to the last. So.
Right, now tell me about the testing that you did with the car before you all got here.
Well, we did an on-track testing one time when the car was still fairly pretty close to stock still, so we could figure out what needs to be done. And then we took it to Sonoma a few weeks ago for the Sonoma 4-hour race, and that was really the first time it was in race trim, and it did well. We were pretty satisfied with the results. Of course, in a development project, a few issues popped out, but nothing that the Valkyrie team wasn't able to address and correct.
So tell us about some characteristics. What are you worried about with the car so far?
Worried? I'm not necessarily worried about much of anything with the car.
It's that solid.
It's a solid car. It's heavy. It's on the heavy side, so that could be the issue as time goes on. As we learn the tire life and how abusive it is to the tires. And maybe fuel consumption, because a heavy car requires a bit of power to pull down the straights. But other than that, it's a comfortable car. We can drive it at a pretty solid EO pace, and we're really comfortable about how it's going to perform through the 25.
So who are your other drivers on the team?
We have Will Falls, who
that
runs,
guy.
Yeah,
no.
Yeah.
We love Will. I just have to say that.
Yeah, I actually come from the Texas region. That's where, and I'm part of this project because of Will. He gave me a call one day and was like, "Hey, how would you like to do this?" So I was like, "Yeah." So Will's a great guy. Thanks for that, Will. Then we got Giles Powell, who's a Valkyrie guy. I guess he's been there since the beginning. We got Roy Fulmer, who's a Northern Spec Miata guy.
Team Miata champ.
Yep. Yes, really good Miata driver, so we're definitely happy to have him on board. Jeremy Corsett, obviously, he's, I guess, NASA's VP.
He is.
One of them. Really great guy. I'm trying to think. We got a lineup of drivers, and then we got a pro D1 drifter from Japan.
Really?
Kawabata, yes. He came in, Toyo brought him in, great guy, seems really nice, really dedicated, wanting to get out here and put an effort in for the team, and so far what we've seen, he's been able to do that, so we're happy to have all of them on board.
So are you wore out? Are you feeling good?
No, I feel good. I was kind of surprised the stint felt so fast, because the car is so easy to drive, it's incredibly comfortable. They've done a great job with it. Just the whole thing is just great. It's an easy car to drive. Yeah, not much more to say about that.
Well, I mean, that's cool. You've taken a car that is legendary. Let's say legendary, because the whole skyline all through time, that was always like the pinnacle.
Yes.
And now you've taken it now. So this started life as a street car.
Yes, it did. If I remember the story right, they found it in some guy's garage, literally, somewhere here in California, way out in farm country. And he had a bunch of other cars, some Corvettes, and he was just ready to get rid of the GTR. So
wow.
It worked out well. Now it's living its life as it was meant to be, as
right.
a full-fledged race car.
As a monster.
Yes, and I know for Valkyrie, this has been a kind of a dream project for them to actually have a GTR race car, and now they're doing it.
Very cool.
They're doing it well.
Very cool. All right, folks. Well, that is from Valkyrie Autosport, the GTR. Justin Krickenberg here, visiting with us a little bit. Will you come back later and let us know how it's going?
Certainly. Thank you for having me.
And Justin, when's your next shift?
I think it's going to be around 6:30ish.
Ooh,
tonight.
so tricky.
Yeah, as the sun's
now,
going
now,
down.
have you gotten any nighttime in the car so far?
I have not.
Have you gotten any nighttime driving at Thunderhill?
I have not.
Oh boy,
it's going to be a learning experience.
Hang on to your shorts, my friend.
Right.
Great. So that's a great update. We've had a lot of questions about that car and how it was developed and all of that. And now we have answers. So continued good luck, and we'll see you up here later this evening.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
All right, folks, we just heard from Justin Krickenberg in that Valkyrie Autosport GTR. So a quick update on where we are. We'll give you a rundown of the class's 66 laps complete so far. So far, our overall leader is Norma's Last Chance, followed by Eastern Turn 3, then CrowdStrike, One Motorsports Radical, and PDG. They're in the top spot in ES and P5 overall. That's your top 5 overall. Now, in the different classes, we'll give you the rundown there. E0 has seen a lot of changes there. We have Das Boot Motorsports out front in E0, followed by Honda Racing, the number 17 car. Then the Valkyrie Autosport cars in P3. Then the other Honda Racing, the number 18, is P4. Then we've got El Diablo, that blue E36 BMW, P5. RA Motorsports 50 in P6. Then that was the 370Z that's up in P3 for Valkyrie. Sorry about that. Then the GTR is in P7 right now, probably as a result of that stop for fuel and tires when Justin got out of the car. Then EXR 92 is in P8. Looks like ARG Motorsports is stopped right now, and also the EXR 97. Their last lap was very slow, a 13-minute lap, so they probably were somehow out on track and not running. So that's going to be a story to look into what's going on with the EXR cars. E1, hey, that Toyota, that 86 is out in front right now. TAPG in the first spot in E1. Then the second position belongs to Art Racing 2. The P3 is Morewood Creative. P4 is Frasun. P5, Technic AGM. That's where Sean Sampson will be later tonight. 6 Sideways, powered by Shift Up. P6 right now. Of course, that's where Sarah Montgomery is running. And then we've got P7, Art Racing 1. P8, the number 93 Honda Racing entry. P9 is ARG Motorsports 2. E2, Shift Up now has the first position in E2, followed by HQ Autosport Racing, and then Kiwi Racing. E3, Team Neth Racing Works out front, followed by Stain Motorsports. A-Plus Racing, same as before in P3, then RA Motorsports 40. Tazio Otis Racing in P5, then P6 is RA Motorsports 35. P7, Brown Hire. P8, A-Plus Racing new and improved instead of same as before. And P9 is RA Motorsports 27. Looks like that car is not currently running. ES in the lead. Hey, there's Bo, and there's Bo's car right there. So he is up in first position now. That's really impressive, man. PDG is knocking it out of the park. So PDG is first in ES overall. Their best lap so far, actually down to 153, so they're running right on pace that they wanted to run at. They're running 58s right now, but 1 lap ahead of Ford Performance Racing School. That's the group of instructors out there from Tooele, from the Utah Motorsports campus. Then Clean Blast Racing, David's Racing, that's our stock car in P3. They're 2 laps down to the first position, PDG. Then number 12, Three Thieves Racing, they're in P4. They're 4 laps down from the leader. P5 is the Lizards, the number 74 car. They are, looks like 2 laps down from the leaders, but they are in P5. And then number 6, looks like the Low Racing Group is behind the wall. They haven't been running for a bit. They only not 16 laps before they went behind the wall, so they may have some problems. We'll check in and see how they're doing. ESR, Norma's Last Chance out in front, followed by Eastern Turn 3 Motorsports, then CrowdStrike 1 Motorsports. P4, 1 Motorsports Radical. Then Team Fellner Motorsports is in P5, then the Flying Dutchman, and the Hose Doctor in P7. Looks like Hose Doctor only did about 16 laps, and they're indicated as behind the wall right now, as is Flying Dutchman with 41 completed. And Fellner just recently went behind the wall with 57 laps completed. And then GT Challenge, that is our Audi R8 with the all-female driving lineup. Jester and Babbitt Motorsports with Shift Up now. They're in the GT Challenge class. They are in the first position. Let's see where they are overall. So it looks like they're a P8 overall, so they're running very fast. They're actually out in front of all but 2 of the ES cars. So that's a good run from that Audi R8 LMS. So there you have it, folks. That's a rundown of what we're following right now. It's almost 70 laps complete. Again, we are going around the clock +1. We're going to try to line up a lot of interesting interviews for you down in the paddock as well as up here in the booth. So please stay tuned, and thank you for joining us at the 2018 NASA 25 Hours of Thunderhill, presented by Hawk Performance, and the broadcast today and tomorrow brought to you by our good friends at Toyo Tires. We'll be right back. We'll have some more interviews lined up for you, a little more color. Try to let you know what's going on up here at Thunderhill Raceway Park.
we're back in the pits. We're about to watch a hopefully relatively quick pit stop for the Toyo Tires Nissan GTR. They are currently 7th in their class, but we still have a long way to go. We're actually only 2.5 hours in. It feels like it's certainly been a little longer than that already, even for us, and we're not even driving. Here it comes, and we'll go ahead and watch this pit stop. I have one thing to say, but it'll be quick. And there we go. Some of the classes here require that you only change one tire at a time. They must have a slightly different class because they just threw on 2 new tires, but that's definitely something they have to consider as they're putting together their strategy for this race. We'll be back in just another second. I think we got one more pit stop to watch for another car. And we're back with DJ Quinn, whose pit stop was so quick that we missed it. But when he came into the pits, he was first in class, and it sounds like you guys are killing out there.
Yeah, we're just trying to run our pace and our race. The start was guys were going a little quicker than we expected. I didn't expect that to continue, so we were trying to just do our thing, already save a little fuel, just get good data for later in the race. The first hour or so we were dropping back, and I was like, man, I don't know if this is going to work. But then already it started coming back to us in the second hour after the first round of stops. Teams, all the practices working, our pit stops were awesome. We picked up, I don't know, like 5 spots or something in just the first pit stop alone. So, and then we did another second pit stop, was awesome. Driver change beat the fueling, so that's what we wanted to do. Super excited, but it's super early.
Yeah, I guess we're not counting our eggs yet, as they say. How long are your guys' driver stints today?
Well, we really weren't sure when we started, because it kind of just depended on what the fuel economy looked like. We thought we were going to double everybody, but the fuel economy is a little better than we expected. So we may be doing, some guys may do 1 stint, some guys may do 2. It just kind of depends on where we are with tires.
That's excellent. Well, keep up the good work, okay?
Thank you very much.
All right, folks, we are back with another interview up here in the booth. We have Ashley Freiberg and Josh Delosier. You guys are running in different teams, different efforts here. So, Ashley, what are you running in today?
So today I am with the Shift Up Now team. So I'm racing 2 different cars. I'll most likely be in the BMW E30 for most of the time, which is in the E2 class. And we're also racing an MX-5 Cup car, and that's an E1. So you might see me in that car as well, but I think I'll do most of my driving in the BMW.
Now, have you driven at Thunderhill before?
Never driven here before, but I do love this track. It kind of suits my driving style, I feel like. It's high speed, pretty technical, a lot of blind corners. So I really like it a lot. It's fun.
Yeah. Now, have you had a stint at night yet?
Well, qualifying was in the dark yesterday, so that
And
was
you
my
qualified
first
the
time.
car.
Yeah, that was my first time driving in the dark here, and it's definitely an interesting time, especially being in a slower car.
Right.
So
right.
dealing with the headlights behind you, you're not sure about closing rates, where they're going to pass
And it
you.
feels like a 747 is about to touch down on the deck lid. You can't see a thing.
Yeah, exactly.
I was telling someone earlier, one of my first experience in endurance racing, I was in a little Nissan Sentra, the B13 SER, and I was at Willow Springs, which is north of Los Angeles, and a Porsche 930 with twin turbos fitted to it roared by me, and I was so fascinated. First, the car actually blew me around as it went by. It was going so fast. Then focusing on those 2 little turbos, wow, that is so cool, and drove straight off of turn 1. So here, I guess it would be kind of similar because it's dark, right?
Oh, yeah. I mean, there's like little reflectors kind of throughout the racetrack, but it's not really outlining the entire track. So there are definitely some areas where you're like, is the track here? Oh, there it is. So
Right. And there's tricky sightlines.
yeah, exactly. I don't know. It'll be fun.
Cool. And Josh, what are you running today?
We are in the EO class. It's the EXR car, number 92, Big Data in Action.
All right.
And yeah, going pretty well so far. And just to touch on a little bit more of the night driving stuff, it's definitely pretty dark out there, but luckily a lot of the areas that are darker are not the more technical areas on track, which makes it a little easier. But yeah, it's definitely pretty dark out there. It's a little difficult to see.
So it's pretty challenging to try and figure out where the track is. Then when you have the added complication of the ES monsters roaring up on you, it's something.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, in the daylight, it's easier to kind of judge closing rates and kind of where cars are looking to pass you and whatnot. But of course, at night, like qualifying yesterday, it's pretty difficult to judge when somebody's really closing in on you or when somebody's running, relatively similar speed to you. So it's definitely an interesting challenge, to say the least.
And tell us a little bit more about what is an EXR?
So it's more or less just a purpose-built race car. It has a custom steel tubular frame, fiberglass body. So that basically makes up the chassis. It comes with a Renault engine, 4-cylinder, 2 liters. So it's not high displacement or anything like that. To the rear tires, it puts out about 200 horsepower or so, but it's a very, very light package. It only weighs about 1,800 pounds dry, and driver, fuel, all that good stuff, you're more along the lines of about 1,900 pounds. But yeah, very light package and super fun car to drive regardless. And it's also very reliable.
Now, is that your regular series where you race, or do you have a regular series where you are racing right now?
So most of my experience comes from karting. I started when I was really young. I've competed with the series and another co-driver of mine throughout the year. So we've been in the car throughout the year for the most part. And so that's our main driving. But the series does a lot of endurance races with NASA primarily, and a couple others, elsewhere on their own. But we were at Button Willow earlier this year. UMC, we're coming off a win at Sonoma. So some good performances and outcomes at those races.
Cool. And Ashley, where are you usually racing?
Usually I've been racing mostly in IMSA.
Okay.
So I come from endurance racing. I've raced in the Daytona 24-hour, finished second in the Sebring 12-hour. So this is kind of where I'm feeling pretty comfortable. So I actually really like driving in the dark. I'm excited for today.
That's your wheelhouse.
Yeah, exactly. So far, the Shift Up Now BMW, we were running first throughout my stint. So we'll see. I'm hoping we can get a podium in that car. I think it's looking pretty good at this point, but I hope both cars can get on the podium because that'd be really, really cool.
That'd be very cool. Now, what is your usual ride in IMSA?
Honestly, I've been driving so many different things.
Whatever they throw at you. You don't care.
I've been in Porsche GT3 Cup. I've raced Lamborghini Super Trofeo. When I was racing in like the long endurance races in WeatherTech, I was racing with BMW in an M6. I raced an M3 in Continental Tire Sports Car Championship. So
the better end of the rental car counter, when they throw the keys at you, you're ready.
Pretty much anything that has wheels, I'll race it, including bicycles.
You'd fit right in. Occasionally we have big wheel races here and things like that after hours. So
We'll send it on a big wheel.
So how do you know, you're a pro driver, so how do you find it coming here where it's a mix of the average Joe and Josephine and the pros?
You kind of just go into it open-minded is kind of the best way I'd word that.
That's a wonderfully correct answer.
You can't really predict necessarily what everyone's skill level is.
Right.
In some way it adds a new challenge for me. I mean, I'm always trying to learn something new anytime I'm in a car, so if that means a little mix-up in the traffic and, 1 minute the car is, keeping pace with you, the next time it's a little bit off, it could be anything. So I don't know. You just kind of go with whatever gets thrown at you, I guess.
Big challenge. So are you headed to Daytona in January?
I will be there. I don't know if I'm driving yet.
Oh, cool.
To be determined.
To be determined.
Yes.
Looking for the ride.
Yeah, looking for the ride. Looking for the sponsorship as well.
The sponsorship. Yeah, Sarah talked about that. It's a real challenge to find sponsors.
Yeah.
And hopefully, we were talking a little bit, hopefully the exposure here starts lifting up a lot of the exposure that you all are getting with the Shift Up Now movement. Mm-hmm. And hopefully that's helpful knocking down sponsorships in the future.
Yeah, absolutely. I think everything Lynn has been doing with us has been amazing. I mean, now she went from fielding 1 car to 2 cars, so she's really like go big or go home with this. She really is passionate about helping women, not just in terms of driving, but women helping out with the crew and everything else like that. So she wants to get more women involved in motorsport, and I think even having the Flying Lizard team out there too is awesome. Really generating a lot of buzz.
Good.
And it's really exciting to be a part of that for sure.
Well, and I have a future 14-year-old mechanic for you. So my daughter is already wrenching.
Perfect.
And she's able to change the front shocks on a Dodge Dually in about 30 to 40 minutes. So hopefully she can speed that up a little bit, and we'll put in a resume when she's ready.
Perfect. Honestly, like throughout my whole career, this is all that I've been passionate about too. It's like whatever your passion is, go for it. It doesn't matter how old you are, what age you are, or what gender, what you look like. If you want to do something, then put the effort in and you can do it.
Get after it. Yeah. All right, folks, we have 2 drivers chasing dreams here at the 25 hour. Will you guys come back and check in with us later?
Absolutely.
Yeah,
all right.
Will.
Super cool. Well, good luck. Be safe out there, and we will hopefully see both of you on the top step of the podium.
That's what we'd like to see. Thank you.
All right. Outstanding. And we have another interview up in the booth, so we are delivering on content as promised. Right now we have Dan McKeever with us from the Ford Performance Racing School up in Tooele, Utah. It doesn't look like Tooele, but that's how it's pronounced.
That's exactly how it's pronounced.
And you all are running a Mustang in ES today.
We are. Yeah, we've got one of the FP350Ss. So this is a car that Ford Performance Parts built. So we got one of the early cars, and we were actually going to try to do last year's race with it, and couldn't get the car on time. So this has been a long time coming, getting this car here. But we've only had a couple of days worth of testing, and so the thing's basically brand new. So good and bad, right? It's good because all the parts are fresh, but bad, we really don't have any history on what's gonna happen. But we're optimistic. Car's running fantastic. We're towards the front of the grid right now. It's early, so let's not get too wound up.
Don't be humble. You're first in class right now.
We're doing okay. Yeah, we're doing okay.
So hearing 350 now, does that have the flat plane Voodoo motor or
it's
different motor?
It's a 5.2, but it's a cross plane.
It's a cross plane. Okay, so it's not the crazy one.
Just more durable in this kind of an atmosphere. So nobody can argue with the cool factor of that flat plane.
Right.
In the GT350s that are road going. But for this application, it's more durable.
So what's the biggest challenge with running the Mustang here?
Probably tires right now. We didn't get a ton of testing in, so we're trying to figure out what we can do. We're doing 2 tires and then 4, 2 and 4, and I think that's going to work. At nighttime's going to provide maybe a different scenario with it being a little cooler, so we might be able to double stint a set of 4, because that's taken us some time. We don't have the single lug, and so we're trying to be as efficient as we can. So right now that's really the only thing that we're managing. The car really handles really well, and it's really pretty easy to drive.
A Mustang isn't a light car.
No, super heavy, super heavy.
So that's rough on tires, brakes, and everything, but it sounds like you guys have it pretty dialed in.
Yeah, I think we're in good shape. Because we haven't run it, we need to get to that 12-hour mark, and then that'll sort of tell us what we're going to need to do. So we're looking forward to getting to that point, but we're optimistic that the tire plan's going to work. Might have to make some small adjustments, but we brought plenty of tires. To my pocketbook's chagrin, but we've got plenty of tires. And the brakes should, according to AP, we should be able to go minimum of 12 hours with the fronts. We might be able to go all 24 with the rears.
Is that pads and rotors or just pads?
Pads and rotors, yeah. We'll do pads and rotors, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you're kind of learning.
We're completely learning. And what this program is about for us is we bring all of our employees down here. So our season finishes up end of November.
It's snowing.
Yeah, we do some Raptor programs, which our last program was Friday, and so they got to run a little bit in the snow, so that was kind of fun for the participants. But we're done for the season, so we brought shop guys, we got our sales guys down there as pit crew, we've got operational folks. There isn't a person on our crew that isn't part of our staff every day, so it's certainly it's fun for me because I get to do a little driving. The other drivers, one's Brian Smith, who's our general manager, and then our 2 lead instructors, Ty Hamill and Drew Stavely. So all guys are full-time with the program, so it's just fun for us to get out. We're a bunch of competitive folks, so I promise you, we are in this thing to do well, but we're all having a good time.
Now, tell us more about the school. What can folks go up there and do?
So we have 1, 2, and 4-day school program. So the 4-day is a licensing program, so anyone can come and learn how to drive on track. No prerequisite other than having a little bit of experience driving a stick shift. We've got 2015 Mustangs that are track prepared, so they have a full cage and belts and so on. And then you can upgrade on the second day to one of our Boss 302 race cars, which is kind of fun. So the general public can come on out. It's a ton of fun. It's a bucket list thing. Most of the folks come out just hey, I always wanted to be on the track. So good for everybody. But a big part of what we do is on behalf of Ford. So if you buy any Ford performance vehicle, so Focus or Fiesta ST, Focus RS, GT350, and Raptor, any one of those vehicles comes with a 1-day program with us. So we have fleets of each of those vehicles.
Wow.
So if you buy one of those cars, you have to get yourself to Utah, but we do an evening function, a little dinner, and then the next day we have a course set up for each one of those vehicles individually. So the Raptor program, we do some stuff on site at the racetrack, UMC, but most of it's off site. We go up into the mountains and use the Raptors just as they were designed. GT350's on track. RS, we do some autocross stuff along with some on track. So it's a ton of fun to be able to get owners of these vehicles that are
super enthusiastic about their cars. I mean, they've already paid the money, they already have it, they love them, so to be able to show them how cool their car is in the environment that it was designed for, that's a lot of what we do as well.
Now, there was just a big kind of media blast with the new 2019 Raptor. What do you find? You do this every day, so what's the difference between 2018 and 2019?
So they've got a couple of cool things in there, and I'm not an authority on this, but we've been able to see it a little bit. They've got something called trail control, which is essentially cruise control for off-road. So I don't know if you've done any off-roading, but the whole left foot braking thing goes away. So you can set it for up from 1 mile an hour, as I understand it, up in half a mile an hour increments. And so you can set through the buttons on your steering wheel for the vehicle to just crawl up at the speed you want. No more holding the brakes; it holds the brakes for you.
That doesn't seem fair.
Well, that's the whole point, right?
Right, the unfair advantage.
But
right?
let's be honest, the majority of folks that buy these Raptors, if they run over the parking bumper in the parking lot, that's their off-roading, right? Or if they hit a gravel road one time, they've hit the off-road. So for folks, hopefully to encourage them to go and do something and make it easy, you don't have to have some big set of skills.
Right.
The other thing that they have, and I'm going to botch what they call it, but it's essentially an active shock. So they've got Fox shocks on them. Now the shocks are electronically controlled, and it essentially senses ongoing what's happening. For example, if the shock gets extended far enough, it knows it may or is in the air, and will already set itself to be on the hardest setting for landing.
Wow.
So those are the kind of things that it's sort of taken it to the next steps. So visibly they look the same. There's some interior stuff. There's a Recaro seat option, which is really cool.
Yeah.
Just kind of holds you in the seat if you're going to be doing that kind of stuff. But most of it is the trail control and the new Fox shock.
Cool.
It's pretty cool.
Well, so folks, if you have a Ford or if you want to maybe try out a Ford, sounds like you need to head to Tooele.
Yes. If you hold Ford Performance Vehicles, when you hit your dealer and you're looking for one, just know you get to come to Utah and hang out with us for a day.
Little special treat.
Yeah, exactly.
Cool. Well, Dan, thank you for coming up and joining us. Will you stop by later and let us know how it's going?
Oh, absolutely. Well, we're going to be here one way or another,
Yeah, exactly.
so we'll definitely stop by, and we appreciate you guys doing this. The fact that NASA puts on this event, it's something that we've done a number of times, especially the timing's perfect for us.
Yep.
It's a great group of people. It's at the right kind of level, right? It's serious, but at the same time, it allows us to have a good time. And for us with Ford and Michelin and some of our other partners, it's fun to be able to share this with them a little bit. So it's
awesome.
Cool.
All right, folks. Well, that was Dan McKeever. He is running the number 3 Ford Performance Racing School Mustang out there, on top of the order in ES right now. We'll catch up with you later. See how you're doing.
Cool. Thanks, Sean.
All right. Thank you. All right, folks, we have another guest up in the booth. This is David Paraset. He is from EXR Racing. So, David, which car are you in right now?
I'm in the EXR 97, the silver one. We have a silver one and a red one, which is a 92.
All right. Now, you are one of the guys behind EXR, if I'm understanding it correctly.
I'm one of the two founders of EXR series, and with Roman Kevin, who's not here today or this weekend, and Alex Prema is our team manager.
And you are based out of Las Vegas.
We're based out of Las Vegas at the Speedway, that's correct.
And tell us a little bit more about the series. Where do you guys go? What kind of racing do you do?
So we started the series 3 years ago. We're just finishing with this race, the third season. It's kind of the crown jewel of the season to do the 25 hours. But we do mostly attach our cars to the E0 class in the NASA endurance races. We do a couple of home races at our track in Las Vegas or at Spring Mountain Motorsports as well, but we mostly focus on the West Coast. So we go to Utah, we go to Sonoma, we go to Willow Springs, these racetracks.
And I heard that you may be in Florida a little bit too.
We've been trying to go to Florida. We haven't been yet. We're looking for the right schedule, but we haven't gone yet. The furthest east we've been was Coda on the first season.
Okay. It's quite a track.
It was a fantastic track, yes.
So how are all the cars doing? You know, you're watching over all of the EXRs. How are they all doing right now?
The red one, the 92, which is the one I'm not driving, is doing fairly well. We know that we have a shot. We're underpowered in the E0 class, but it's not our strength. Our strength is supposedly reliability and low usage of consumables, tires, brakes, even gas. Our cars are very light. They're only 1,800 pounds, so they don't consume anything. So in the long run, we have a chance at taking some cars that have much more horsepower. So this car is doing okay. Right now we're running somewhat middle of the pack in the E0 class. My car, we had a little issue. We had a fire yesterday. During testing.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, an exhaust leak on the fiberglass, and the car caught on fire. But we had to redo the whole wiring and everything. And I think it caused some issue today because I had to stop during my stint for about 40 minutes.
Wow.
So we're 20 laps behind right now, so I guess I was able to finally do some laps because I couldn't test behind the other EXR cars, I was very lucky to be right behind these guys, so I was able to learn the tracks. My first time here.
Yeah.
I absolutely love it. It's a lot of fun. I cannot wait to be at night and see what it really is. No, it was fun, and I was about to, get into my rhythm and my lap times. Now we have to do our own race. When you're 20 laps behind, you just now we just want to finish, and if we can, move up a couple of positions, depending. It's a very long race still.
It's a long race. Yeah. So 20 laps, it seems like a mountain right now, but it could seem like an absolute dirt clod later. Mm-hmm. So how long can the EXRs go per stint?
Right now we're doing about an hour.
Okay.
We can go an hour and 15 minutes.
And that's mostly a gas issue.
Yes, the gas, and that's stretching it. But we'll overnight we'll probably do double stints with the drivers.
Okay.
And try to save a few seconds here and there with that. But right now it's one stint, about an hour per driver.
Great. Well, it sounds like the team is having success. A couple little stumbles here and there, but we are doing well with the EXRs. And come check in with us later. Send some of your guys up as they come in, because we're really interested in seeing how the cars do here at the 25 hours.
Absolutely. Thanks a lot for having me.
All right, David.
And good luck.
Good luck. right, folks, we are back in the booth with Peter Hopeland. He is the principal and team owner of the Technic AGM team. They are running that Tiger Stripe number 14 BMW 330 in E1 right now. They're currently running in 5th position. So we're going to try to have that up for you on the screen as we talk to Peter. So Peter, the 25 hour is kind of the Moby Dick for you. The 25 hour is a historical part of what you are doing.
Yeah, I'm just leaning over your computer. We were in 4th place when I walked in the door.
Oh man, the jinx.
Just trying to figure out what happened. Yeah, so thanks for breaking the news.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, I started racing about 20 years, and I have to make a correction. I'm actually a principal and a co-owner. I have a
Principal
partner.
and co-owner.
Yep. Sean Neal is my partner in the team, and technically the car owner, and then I own everything else. But I don't want to take all the credit.
No way.
Only behind his back.
Right. Of course.
Right. No. I started club racing about 20 years ago, and then I actually came to the second one of this race, and then there was a couple of years that I missed. But I've always either crew chiefed or driven or something, and this is number 13 for me. So
wow.
We plan all year long. We work backwards from this race. So, and the car that we're racing was actually one of the first Spec E46s in the country. I co-built that car with Paul Quatochi, sorry about your last name there, Paul, and Rob Henretta from HQ Autosport, and they're the ones out here running the 128. I built that car with them, and we had found out about Spec E46 and just made some changes when we were building it really early on. So we were it's one of the first cars ever built for that class, and then we just dedicated it to enduros. And so we kind of have a rule that if it takes more than a day to change it back to a complete Spec E46, we don't make the rule. We don't make the change for the car. So, which might change next year. But yeah, that's kind of the history of the car. We've been running this car for 7 years now. 6 years? I don't know. But just in that wheelhouse. And the best we've ever taken is 3rd overall, and I think we got up to 3rd in class and 8th overall.
Wow, that's pretty strong.
Yeah, you know what? I think E1 is a really great. I think it's a really understated class. I think sometimes when we get around race cars, I'm guilty of this. We kind of start looking at some flashy go fast things, right? And
right.
And what we have found is that every year, in the last 3 hours of the race, E1 always just has this great drag race.
Yep.
And I found that. For people that do this sort of on their spare time, which I don't even know how we do that, it just seems to be the best sort of competition for dollar. And I think maybe with some of the rule changes, that's really showing itself being, how many are in this year? 11 or something?
Yeah,
like
there were 11.
11 cars this year. So we're 22% of the field overall.
Right on.
So it's pretty exciting.
And if you look right now at E1, the first 3 are pretty much on the same lap.
Yeah, well, so the interesting thing about, let me turn your computer here.
No. So we're sitting up here, folks. Pete and I are looking at the racehero.io, and of course, as a team owner, he's very concerned.
I'm still working.
Still working, always working.
Yeah, but so one of the things that's really interesting, if you go into Race Hero and you look at these, and you're going to see 1, 2, and 3. The first top 3 cars are all on the lead lap. We just pitted. There you go. So what you're going to start to see is we're going to bounce back up to 3rd here in just a moment, if I've done my math right, if I'm counting all my fingers and toes. But so the interesting thing about this is that and everybody in the class kind of knows it, what their weak spot is, and everyone, everyone knows their weak spots and their strengths. So the 2 lead cars. The ART car is a massive problem for me, not for them. They have really great pace. Their pace is faster than our fuel economy. Oh. So to give you some perspective, right? So a lot of these cars only went maybe an hour and 20 minutes on fuel, and our car went 2 hours and 12 minutes.
Whoa.
On 17 gallons.
Whoa.
Yeah, we have figured out a way to go real long, and we try to stay within a percentage of the leaders. And again, I think the racing in this class, a lot of these guys have been doing it for a long time. Everyone's kind of
You know each other.
Yeah, they're starting to move the board and not the pieces, which is a little bit tough for me this year. And so what they've done is they've run past our delta. So when I came in, we were actually in second place. And then what you're going to start to see is you're going to start to see us skip complete
cycles, right?
Pit stops.
Right.
And so that brings us back up onto another lap.
Nice.
So there's a lot of expanding and contracting that take place in there, and so it's the top 5. How are we going to 5 now, man? Oh no, we were always 5. Yeah, the top 5, 6 cars in this class are
right there.
Yeah, they really are. I'd say the top 5 for sure. I'm not sure what the 46 car is doing, but we had a great race for about 30 minutes until everyone's tires came off, and that's where the aerodynamics on some of these cars are starting to come to. So.
Right.
But yeah, it's a really super exciting. It's an exciting place to race cars.
Very much so. You keep coming back.
Yeah, and you know what? We'll be here next year.
Of course.
We already blocked our hotels. We already blocked 15 hotels for next year.
See,
so.
that's where you're smart, because I didn't know I was coming until 2 weeks ago, right. And I had to find a trailer off of Craigslist.
Well, any team needs a hotel, we sell them off at the end.
Right on.
Yeah, no, it's a great race. I think from a fan perspective, it's if you like racing, I'm hard pressed to believe, and I've been to God everything, and I have a NASCAR driver on my team, drives for Kenny Schrader, and you go to the IMSA races, you go anywhere. I'm hard pressed to believe where you could find this level of budget, driver talent, and access anywhere in the world that brings everywhere in the world. I've just never seen it. So it's part of my love affair with this race. I think it's kind of great, when you're racing against guys that you watch on TV and everything else like that, and they come out here and you can put it to them. So, the funny thing about this track, I'm just babbling now because I don't actually have to think about my car for a second. But the really great thing about this race too is that you really just kind of get into a rhythm, and it's just kind of a funny thing where like I was going down the paddock and I was talking to the 86, the
Toyota Arizona Proving Grounds.
Right. Tag. Okay, those guys.
Right.
Sorry. And they have Randy Popes, and Randy and I haven't seen each other in I don't even know how long, and it was just sort of like we just caught up all of a sudden. It was like no time had passed, and I think there's some kinship that goes into it, and
right on.
This race is as hard for the pro guys as it is the amateurs. And so I think there's this connection that people make when you're here. So if you're a racer and you love this stuff, even if you just come as a fan, you start to get into that, and you just have access to it all, and it's really amazing. It's just a really cool event.
Now you have another project you're working on. Tell us about the Technic podcast.
The Technic podcast. Well, I've been neglecting the Technic podcast because we had to move 3 times in 5 months coming back out here from the East Coast. It was sort of a project that I did. I grew up in dealerships and cars, and I've always been building them. And then when I started racing, it just got into this thing of racing, and I kind of realized I had this great relationships with all these people. I was sitting in my mentor's machine shop, and this guy said, "You know who that is?" And I said, "Who's that?" He goes, "That guy invented the Champion spark plug." I go, "No way." He goes, "Yeah, he's 99." And I'm like, "Well, he should stop smoking." But
it seems to be working.
Right? No, it was great, and it was just I got access to all these people, and I had access to all these things, and I never really thought about it. So my wife had taken a job, and we went to Rhode Island, and I was kind of disconnected from a culture that I really hold near and dear, which is the racing community, and so I kind of started doing it as a way to kind of engage myself and challenge myself. And at first it was like, okay, I'm going to interview my friends, and I'm going to break things and try and figure out how sound engineers do their job, and and as I started solving these things, it just kind of I started getting people on, and then all of a sudden it would be great. So people start plugging in, and people start doing it. Should we go?
Yeah. Hey, we got a pit stop here. Let's. We're going to cut over to that, perhaps. And That's one of your competitors. Let's see what they're doing.
Yeah, let's
More tires, and then go back out on track, fresh, ready to go. So let's follow him to the action. We're live. So this team performing a relatively unique pit stop where they've already done their fuel and their driver swap. And now, since the rules require only one tire at a time in the hot pits, we're changing all four and getting it out there fresh, ready to go. They're utilizing quick jacks to get all four wheels up off the ground, and everybody's doing an excellent, efficient pit stop. Follow them out.
All right, guys, good job.
All right, and on next is we're going over to Team Big Data, who's running the EXR. They're about to do another pit stop. They've actually got another 10 minutes until the pit stop, but we'll go see if we can bug one of them to talk with us. Oh, you're not live.
We couldn't have planned that better because that's one of the Technic Radio's competitors right there.
Yeah.
Pete, your critique of that stop.
Well, you know, I have a lot of respect for those guys, and I'm not trying to sound all like political about it. I do. That's a well-oiled machine. I'm curious to see, and I'm probably going to go down to my guys down in my pit and find out what the delta was on that. I'm not sure if going behind the wall and taking 4 is an advantage, but if it is, we might start doing it. But
right.
I mean, you got to steal from the best, and those guys are good. So we might look at that because we actually have a little bit of an ill handling car at the moment, and so that might be kind of a cure-all. So we'll see.
That was a fortuitous visit to the booth.
It was. I knew it was coming, and I needed to see it somehow, so I came and talked to you. But you know what? I'll tell you what. Let me. I was talking about how much I love this race and how everybody can just come in here and do that stuff. So my jack man, my tire guy, Jesse here came with me. So I'm going to throw it to him really quick. And what I want to hear from you, and I want you to explain to them, the listeners, right? You've never been to a race ever before, right? So I want you to tell me about how the heck did you get here, and from start to finish, right? Just give me a quick synopsis of what your if you had to reflect on thus far, and you have to be nice to us because remember, you know,
of course,
paying for the hotel rooms, but
right. Oh, I've been staying in a trailer. I don't know what you've been talking about. Yeah, that's how they treat their tire men. But no, this is my first time coming up here, and it's to Thunderhill, and it's been a blast. I mean, all the way, I came up Tuesday, and how I started with this was met Sean.
Right.
And so, and that's Sean Neal, who's one of our drivers as well. And we started back in Willow Springs, then Buttonwillow, and then now we're here.
Yeah.
And that's the quickest, shortest synopsis I can probably, put together.
All right, so this race is not really a comparable to say any of the other races that people go to. So tell me what your overall reflection is, having never been here, and having been a wheelman and a jackman on the team. Now don't talk about anything that we do.
Yeah, right.
But no, I mean you have to. I know you're a fan of racing, so I guess what I'm trying to extract is what's been your experience as a fan who's had access to everything? Because there really isn't any difference between you and, say, the person walking around here and checking it out. And so what I want people to see and hear is like what this experience has been like.
It's been pretty mind-blowing, to be honest. I mean, if you look at it, my perspective, for the first time, being able to get in the pits and being able to work on the cars, and then staying here on the track and being here, it's mind-blowing. It's actually speechless. There is no words, to be honest, for me, for my experience. And for people who are able to walk around and do all that stuff and come in and out of the pits and stuff like that, you're not able to work on the cars. So they walk around, take pictures, it's a blast, but when you're able to infiltrate and get into in this scenario right now, being on...
I actually did not ask him to do this. I just threw it to him.
A live broadcast. Yeah, I came up just to follow you and you did this to me. So,
right in the deep end.
Yeah, right in the deep end. And not only that, though, I actually start at 3:30, so it's my shift to go on for 8 hours. And so I'm about to go get my knee pads on and get ready.
We'll take care of our guys.
It's been a blast, man, and thank you for everything. And thank
absolutely.
you for having me on. And yeah, it's just speechless, you guys. Seriously, if you have an opportunity to get up here, get up here.
Yeah.
Opportunity
You
to
can
work with somebody.
you can always find a crew that needs you.
Yeah.
You can always jump in as an official. We need help everywhere here.
Mm-hmm.
So you don't have to be a spectator. You can get involved. That's been the whole mission of NASA throughout. So here it is in action.
Yeah.
First time ever. And now you're hopefully going to get hooked like the rest of us.
No, definitely. I'll be
He's
here
a
for the
monster
next,
on those one pump jacks that we
That's,
have. He is a monster.
Right on.
All right, man.
I'll
Get
be
down
here,
there. You got to do it. Take care of the boys, okay?
All right, good luck, Jesse. All right, well, that was Peter Hopeland and Jesse, one of his crew guys, and they are running that Technic car. So, Peter, thank you for coming
I'm actually
on
I got to cut loose, too. I got some stuff I got to do. But
all right. Thank you, my friend.
I came up here and talk to you. So.
All right. Good luck. We'll see you on the podium, we hope.
Great. Thanks for the time.
All right, take care.
All right, and I'm here with Mark Ramsey, and I already forgot, I'm so sorry.
Roger Eagleton.
And Roger Eagleton. They're both running the French cars, the ESRs, and we're about to see one of their pit stops go down here. So tell me a little bit about how the race has been going so far.
It's actually been going really well. Roger was in a bit earlier, and I just jumped out of the car. It's a fair amount of traffic out there, but in the E0 class that we're running in, about half the cars from last year. So a little more wiggle room track compared to before, but it's still a bit busy and beautiful weather. You can't ask for a better day. So it's been a lot of fun.
Excellent. Yeah, no, I mean, I agree with everything Mark was saying. I think the traffic is a little bit better this year than it was in the years past. And I think something else we were just talking about is I think people are a little bit more courteous this year, especially the really fast cars, the radicals. In years past, in the prototypes and the radicals, I mean, they're stealing apexes from you. And for guys like us that are in kind of a lower powered car, it costs us a second or two a lap if we lose an apex or get thrown offline versus them maybe losing a tenth. And I think maybe through the driver's meeting or just through common sense, they realize if they just hold up a tenth of a second, let us hit our marks, and then they go right around us, everybody wins. So far it's been really, really good. I don't think we've had any major issues or even any close calls like in years past. Well, that's excellent.
Yeah, this race is all about having cars of all kinds of makes, models, speeds. It's very different than a lot of the races out there where there's a limited number of classes in a long-running race. So here, it's cars that are wicked fast, and then cars that are normal street cars that are out there, and guys are just trying to have fun over 25 hours. So a big mix, which it makes this race very unique, but it also means that every driver really has to be conscientious, like Roger was mentioning.
Yeah, it does seem like everybody's playing nice out there. So far, anyway.
Yeah, we'll see about 2 in the morning after fatigue starts setting in, but right now everything's been going really nice, and like I said, you couldn't ask for better weather.
Absolutely. Now, you're in a class that I think the rules might have just gotten updated to where you can change 4 tires at a time out here, but you're not planning on needing that. Is that right?
Well, we're going to wait and see. I mean, last year we actually ran the entire race on one set of tires. We have a lighter car, of course, certainly lower horsepower car, but a lighter car, and the tires are high-performance street tires. The compound in the tire means that we get a lot of tire wear out of them, and so we may end up changing maybe the right sides. And last year you had to change 1 tire at a time, which we would have actually preferred that was still the rule, but you got to take the rule changes, and I know a lot of the teams out here have to change tires very, very frequently. Roger and I were just talking a bit earlier, a race like this, a lot of people don't realize that one of the most expensive parts of a lot of the racing is tires. A 25, 24, 25-hour race, a lot of these teams will go through 25 or 26 sets of tires, and at a $2,000 a set of tires, it adds up really quick. So we're fortunate that we can kind of do it a little more economical.
And here's your car in the pits right now, so we'll take a quick look at this as it's not getting a tire change, and then we'll come back.
We're going to change drivers out. During the daylight, what we've been doing is we've been changing a driver at every stop. So we're limited to put 10 gallons of fuel in at every stop, and so we stop about every hour. And during the daylight, we actually have 6 drivers for the car, and we're putting a different driver in each of the stops during the daylight hours so that all the guys can get experience on the track before it gets dark. And then one of our drivers, Richard Wendell, he's a rookie, and so he won't be driving at night. He'll only be driving during the day. So that drops us back to 5 drivers that drive at night. And so we'll be picking up a few more hours, but yeah, so it's just to give everybody some experience before the lights go out.
Awesome, yeah, and that's one of the things I was noticing is you guys have a pretty impressive driver lineup, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, we one of the things, this is the Big Data in Action. You might see the red here with some of our sponsors on it. And Big Data in Action, we actually participated in the IMSA Continental Tire Sports Car Challenge this year. So we did 10 races with IMSA. Roger was one of the drivers. I drove all 10 races. And then also Alex Premat, who is a DTM driver, and he also drives for Penske for the supercars in Australia. In fact, Scotty McLaughlin just won the championship for supercars, and Alex was one of his teammates. And so we're fortunate. Alex has a racing organization that is running the EXR program, and so and we also twisted his arm to get out here and run a few laps on the track as well. So we've got some really good guys in the car and having a lot of fun.
Well, that's awesome. Yeah, you guys have definitely brought a really organized and structured and skilled approach to this race.
Well, we have to do that if the name of our team is Big Data in Action, and our sponsors are around using data and analytics to make better decisions for their clients. We kind of have to make sure that we're using data to predict things like tire wear and tire changes, brake changes. One of the things that's interesting, we were talking just before the pit stop around the fact that last year we ran on one set of tires. We do actually have to change the brakes. So it's kind of interesting where we change brakes probably once or twice during the 25 hours, but we don't have to change tires. So some of the teams out here are running carbon, and so they can run a little longer on the brakes. But so it's always a trade-off. You're going to put your money somewhere in racing, and in our case, it's a little bit in the brakes. But we're trying to be very, very organized and predict when we need to do those things so that we can try to podium the car.
That's awesome. And with the data, do you have any fancy data that's feeding us information from the car as far as like the car details or how the driver's doing?
We did in the IMSA program. We had all of the real-time feeds from the timing and scoring systems and all of that. Here, this, like Roger mentioned earlier, this is a club race, and so we're not really doing that. I mean, we want to not try to be, we want to make sure we leverage our advantage as much as possible, but keep it as at a club level too. So we're looking at a lot of the projections on driver changes and timings and things like that, but we don't have real-time telemetry in the car.
At least not that we're disclosing.
Exactly. We're trying to keep it a little secret, Neil, that because you have us now streaming live.
Exactly.
So but
I'm just going to go ask everybody else what their secrets are. So if you log on and watch,
sure, every racer out there is going to give all the secrets of what they're using. The racers are really good about disclosing all of the little secrets that they have. Right?
Yep.
So anyway, but we're just here to have a good time. This is a fun event, long event, but just absolutely a ton of fun. We did it last year, and we're excited about being here this year and really wanting to move up. Like I said, E0 is a very tough class. There's even though there's fewer cars this year, it's a very close competition, and so it's going to be fun to see how it all turns out. I guess it's a lot of pre-work, and then it all comes down to that last 30 minutes of mad scramble. So we've got 24 hours and 30 minutes of prep work, and then it comes down to 30 minutes to see what really happens.
And it seems like we've been out here for quite a while already, but we haven't hit the quarter mark yet. Wow.
Yeah. I remember when we look at the clock and it's like at the halfway point, and then when you're down to just a few hours, I think it's one of these deals where time just keeps dragging on and on and on. But that's what's fun about it. You try to get a little sleep here and there. It's fun for the crew. They like to come out and do this because it's not like any other event, and certainly very. I like the patches that come with it. I survived the 25. It has nothing to do with I participated in the race or that we finished the race, or it's all about I survived the 25, and that says it all.
And that's what we're doing right now, is surviving. And then, just like you said, the race starts tomorrow.
Tomorrow about 10:30 is when it gets really, really interesting. So we'll see. But no, we're excited to be here and excited to just keep the car out there and have a lot of fun.
Excellent. Well, thank you guys so much for taking the time to talk to us. I look forward to watching your big data in action, and we'll check back with you guys later.
Sounds good, Neil. Thanks.
Awesome.
Yep. See ya.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And folks, we've got a new in-car feed for you. What a treat! That is the prototype development group, the GTM right there. You can see that's a center seat car, and you can see all the switches that they were talking about earlier. Bo was telling us a little bit about those. So you can see that car is flying, but boy, look at how hard they're having to work with the wheel. But it is dialed in, and look at how fast they're going. They are just eating traffic alive. So we'll ride with PDG for a little bit, give you a little treat there, and we're trying to find more in-car feeds for you. And we'll have more interviews coming up. Again, we've got great battles happening throughout the field. E1 is definitely a great race going on there with a lot of cars on the same lap. Look over at E0 as well. They are all very close there at the top of the running order. You look over at E3. There are 4 cars in the top 5. There are 4 cars that are all right together. ES, also a great race for the top 2 spots. That's really cool to see. ESR, also very close for the top 3. So even though we are a number of hours in, we're about 5-6 hours in here. Looks like we've completed 4 hours of timed laps, so a little bit more than that. But 4 hours in, and we are starting to see battles heat up. We usually don't see this till 6-7 o'clock in the morning, and usually folks are not running this close. But all through the classes, we have great battles going on, so you can follow along on racehero.io, and we'll try to get you more in-car feeds. And we have a number of interviews coming up here in the booth. Whoa, there was a pass right there. That was the Mustang going around the inside of PDG. Wow, that was a brave pass, but made it stick. So, wow, just lucky there. And, of course, that was going through 2 and 3 off camber. That's a heck of a place to pass, but just stuck it right in there. And you see that Mustang starting to run a little bit. But, boy, that was a heck of a pass right there. It was cool we had the in-car running right when we saw that pass. So we'll see if that Mustang can stay out in front. But I believe that was for position. Let's check real quick. Yep, because last time by the stripe, PDG had P1 in ES, and Ford Performance was just behind him. So that was a pass for position that you just saw. Ford Performance now out in front of ES, putting a really keen inside pass there on PDG. So we'll come back in a little bit, but in the meantime, enjoy this in-car shot. We'll have more interviews up in the booth and also down in the paddock for you to enjoy. Thanks so much for being with us here. We are at the NASA 25 Hours of Thunderhill, presented by Hawk Performance. The broadcast today and tomorrow brought to you by our good friends at Toyo Tires. We'll be right back.
with the Flying Lizard Porsche, who is about to do a pit stop within the next couple minutes. So we'll hang out here and watch them get ready for this pit stop, and then we'll go talk to one of their crew members. What's up? Yep. These guys. Flying Lizard. Yep. So as we wait for this car, I guess we could admire this wonderfully professional team who has one of the most impressive setups, I would say. Into the night, we have lit pit stops. They're actually running their two cars. They have an Audi A8 as well as the Porsche that's going to be here in just a minute. These classes are not limited to tire changes, so I believe they can change all four at once at every stop if they wanted to, and they can also dump as much gas as they want out of their fuel dumps, which are pretty sweet as well. I always think it's really impressive watching this team because the behind the scenes with all these guys on computers, just constantly watching both cars and analyzing everything. I think it'd be totally amazing to race with a team with that much backing. These cars also have luxuries like air-conditioned helmets. They blow the air through an ice box into your helmet. And then they even have one of my favorite things about their steering wheel is it has like 20 buttons on it, but one of them has a little picture of a drink. And if you press that, you get ice water shot into your mouth, which is just, I imagine, refreshing after a couple hours of racing. That's kind of the beauty of this race is we have really, really professional teams just like this. And then we have the amateur teams that just brought their truck and trailer, and they're lucky to have a drink bottle in their car. things we've noticed with these cars that use regular lug nuts instead of that really big center lug is that they glue them into the wheel, so the person installing the wheel doesn't have to fumble with the nuts as they're going on. They just blast the old ones on, and the new ones are already in the wheel, ready to go. Most of these teams are using these lug nuts that are coated in this yellow coating that is designed to be, one, visible at night, but then two, they're actually a lubricant so that they can change them faster than a standard lug nut. They cost about $5 a piece. You want to tell me how the race is going?
Yeah.
Okay, let's do it.
All right, sweet.
Stay on us. And we're... What was your name again?
Steven.
Steven. We're back with Steven, one of the tire changes for the Audi, right?
No, I'm actually on the Porsche.
Oh, on the Porsche.
Yes, sir.
And how's everything going for you guys so far?
Very well. We broke an axle like 10 minutes into the race, but we changed it pretty quick, and we are steadily on our way back to the top. I'm confident.
Okay, excellent. So just lap by lap, creeping up there.
Yep, and every pit stop will make up a lot of time, so it should be pretty good.
Awesome, my man. Well, thank you for the update.
No doubt.
We're going to creep in on their pit stop really quick, and we'll come back to you, all right?
Thank you very much.
I think this is one of the most interesting cars here, to take a car and detune it so much to fit into this class. And also with the weight, they had a lot of adaptation to do for tire wear. And I just think it's going to be really, really cool to see how this thing pans out as we go into the dark. These guys are still in a class where you're limited to only 2 gas cans or 10 gallons of fuel at each stop. And it actually looks like they had a bit of an issue and didn't get the last gallon in. So a bit of a short pit stop with only 9 gallons of gas. I'm sure they'll work it out though. Looks like we have a slight mechanical fix under the hood here. Better to take our time and fix it now before it comes in an issue into the night. It actually looks like we're dealing with a little blown fuse. Maybe their helmet air blower or their drink bottle.
All right, folks, we have another interview up here in the booth. We have Natasha Baylog, who is in the E1 car that is currently leading. How'd you pull that off?
I'm just focusing on tucking in and hitting all of my marks, really. I mean, I honestly haven't been on this track in over a year, and we got 3 laps yesterday in the car that was brand new built and brought here from Virginia by yesterday for testing, so everything is really just very last minute. Go for it. So just...
And what sort of car is it?
It is a E46, so 2002 3 Series BMW. But we got a lot of aero, downforce, stuff like that to really help catch up with the other people. But
nice. And it looks like, I mean, you guys are in first right now. How has it been out there? Has the traffic been manageable? No problems? How was your stint?
my stint was actually really great. I felt like I got up to speed pretty quickly. It took me a couple laps, but traffic isn't that bad. Honestly, there's just not a lot of cars out here as much. I did the 25 3 years ago, and
some of the crazy 80 car fields.
Oh, there literally 100 cars,
Right.
and at the end only 50 people ended. I think it was something kind of insane like that. So starting with 47, 50 cars, it feels a lot more mellow.
A little more manageable.
Yeah, but it's good. It's good. Everybody's pretty. They know what class they're in, so they're pretty kind about letting you buy.
Good.
Yeah.
So there hasn't been any out of class and nutty stuff like that.
No, I mean there's a couple excited radicals that want to get by an 8, but
Yeah.
we understand.
So tell me about how have your pit stops gone? Smooth, no problems?
First pit was kind of crazy because one of our cars, we don't necessarily know when fuel is going to cut out. We just get a light and we have a lap, and that's it. So if we miss the window, we're kind of screwed. So the first pit, we had the 46 car, because we have 2 cars on our team. The 46 car was in the pits. Half of our team was focusing on that, and then all of a sudden, our second car comes in. Nobody's ready. Like,
oh boy.
We didn't have a second pan available. There was just a whole mess happening. So that took quite a bit of time, but we got it down pat by the second pit.
So now you are racing with a couple of family members this weekend.
I am. Racing is really a family sport. I'm racing with my mom and my dad, Rena and Aristotle Belak. And my little brother actually is very much into karting, and he just learned how to drive stick shift last week. So.
And how old's your brother?
He's 14.
Perfect.
Yeah.
So we, as you probably know, we have a program where anyone 13 on up can start racing with us.
Really? I actually didn't know that.
You
That's
didn't know
awesome.
that?
No.
Oh, well,
That's awesome.
I'm one of the guys to talk to, and Jerry's the other guy. So we have a program where kids with karting experience that are 13 and up can compete with us.
That's perfect.
So then we'll have the
seriously.
entire family racing.
Yeah, honestly,
No more little brothers and sisters?
Actually, 2 older siblings, but neither one of them are very into the
Fair enough.
motor world.
Fair enough. So what you said earlier, we were just chatting earlier, and you said you really look forward to driving at night here. Why is that?
I think, my specialty is night rain driving because I'm just really good at adapting to different conditions, and I have really good vision. But I love night driving because you don't have as much information. So you just really have to listen to the car. You have to just go with what you've got and just trust your instinct more. And also, with all this light around us during the daytime, you can easily get distracted by what's happening on a different part of a track. Whereas
Right.
at night, you're forced to really focus on what's happening in the moment. So.
Nice. So when is your next shift?
Next shift should be in another 4 hours. So at around
Dark.
like 7:30. Dark.
Good and dark.
It's going to be awesome.
Cool. Okay, well, folks, that is Natasha Baylog, and she is here with mom and dad.
Yep.
Racing is a family sport, so you know what to put in the stocking. It's pretty much something racing related.
Obviously.
So that's awesome. You guys are doing a great job at E1. Come check in with us later because we want to hear how you're doing. And congratulations so far, and we wish you the best, and hopefully we see you on the podium.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Have
All
a
right.
good rest of your day.
Thanks for coming.
Thanks.
right, folks, we have another special guest with us. This is Brian Cannon from Warriors on Track. He's the Director of Operations Pac West, U.S. Army retired, and he is here to tell us a little bit about what the Warriors on Track program is doing.
Hi there. Well, where would you like me to start? So,
wherever you like. Free form, free association between two ferns here.
Gotcha. Oh no, I don't know if we go that extent.
Not that weird. Not that weird.
Well, it could be. We are in California. So, so Warriors on Track is a veteran-run nonprofit with the goal of using motorsport as a fast car, as the goal of using motorsport as recreational therapy for combat veterans and disabled vets alike. So the object here is to give the team environment that we lose once we get out of the military. Because you got a race team, right? And they work together constantly, and it kind of is that dynamic that we're used to. So it gets guys off the couch and they're not sitting and, kind of wallowing in their own stuff, and it gives them a purpose and something to do. The point of all of it is to get guys out and then possibly get them employment in the motorsports industry, be it in the media, marketing, publicity, mechanical. Those who want to try and drive are more than welcome. We've got some very skilled drivers with pedigrees that come out and in fact, Tom Woods, the founder of Warriors on Track, is somebody who was a West Coast Skip Barber Formula Ford champion.
Okay.
And raced against names like Hand and some of those, and stood on top of the podium above him.
Nice.
So, but he went different route, went military. So we've got some talent in the program, and we just want to pass on what we know as what we grew up in, before the military,
right,
as something that is a good substitute once we get out and there's not the combat and firing, and because on a racetrack, mouth goes dry and things kind of get that familiarity that when you're door to door and you've got to pay attention to everything going on around you.
So you all were here last year in a crew capacity.
Yeah, Tom came down in a crew capacity. I was actually a different organization. I had started about the same time he did out of Medford, Oregon, called Rogue Spartans Racing, and we just happened to run into each other, and he goes, "You have cars?" And I said, "Yeah, we're putting guys in cars," and he had pit crew guys, and so we just kind of talked over the next month or so and joined forces. And here we are, a year later. And we've got 3 cars down in the pits. One's a hand control car for possibly amputated, amputees to drive. We've got another car that was purchased through donations, which is an old Camaro Mustang Challenge, 2006 Camaro Mustang Challenge Mustang.
Yep.
And I've got an American V8 supercar, unlimited class car from, it was a 2005 championship car out of Tennessee. So it's a 700 horsepower
beast,
wide body Mustang.
Yeah. Awesome. So what are your plans for next season?
So next season, if the donations and everything can come in right, we would like to run this race with a veteran, fully veteran, crew. So pit crew, it'd be all veterans. I don't know that drivers, at least 2 of us would be veterans, and then hopefully do some fundraising seats for other people to come in and participate and hopefully help cover some of the cost of one of these bids. So
that's awesome work and a great mission. So if people want to learn more about your organization, where do they go?
You can find us at warriorsontrack.org, and then we have Facebook pages for both entities. We've got the Warriors on Track Facebook page and the Warriors on Track Pac West Facebook page.
Awesome.
And we're kind of iffy on the social media here. The internet's not great, and the phones and
There's
stuff,
a lot of
so
people. A lot of people doing the social media.
Really
here.
tough to post. So keep your eyes open. We're going to have many pictures
Wonderful.
after the event, and it should be good. And then next week we're going to be here too.
Awesome. Well, Brian, thanks for coming in and telling us a little bit about what you're doing. We support your mission.
Awesome.
So if anyone out there has any resources they can offer, please get with Brian, and we'll hope to see you guys on track next year at the 25 hour.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, sir. And folks, we are once again live up in the booth. We have Tom O'Gorman with us from the Honda Research West team. Tom, now I've been making an ass of myself because I was bragging on how all the cars are so stock, and it's so great. You bring these stock cars out here, and I just learned that I may have been slightly incorrect.
A little bit, yeah. Hey, John. It's really good that you knew exactly what we were here for last year.
Right on.
But the update for this year is, we've actually taken the cars after proving that they could run. First off, they're 2018 Honda Civic Type Rs. Last year we ran them stock and wanted to show basically a track day prep with tires, better pads, and fluid. What they could do as a street car when you put them in a racing environment. They ran 25 hours, both cars, not a flaw. Then they took them back to Honda Research. It's a associate-only Honda racing team. They use their volunteer time and their resources from Honda to come out here and race. They tweaked on them, they hammered on them, they basically massaged them up to the top of what they could for E0, which is ST3 for these cars. And now we're back to show that when you modify them, now you can win.
Right. So what did you do?
So we focused on power, weight, and handling. So we've got a lot more power.
And how'd you do that?
That was mostly tuning, actually. There's not much different in the engines.
So ECU.
ECU tuning, yeah. It's a turbo car, so you can just kind of crank the boost up.
Turn the wastegate off.
They're bulletproof even when you start to turn them up like that. At least so far. I'll knock on the table here, but we have a lot more power. So
Thunderhill is listening.
Yeah, exactly. But I mean, the nice part about this race is when you turn the power up, you drive by people in a straight line. So they're a lot more raceable too. We've got much bigger brakes, 6-piston brakes. We've got these giant thick brake pads that should last at least half the race, if not more. So only one brake change instead of 5 per car last year, I think.
Right.
We have double adjustable shocks under them. We've optimized the spring rates. So the handling and the braking are all on point. And then we've cut a couple 100 pounds out of them with some carbon fiber here and there. A little bit of aero. Having driven the car, I'm not sure that the aero is fully doing much.
Right.
Looks cool. So maybe that's even, we've got a little further to go even in the class to get the cars even faster. But we're running on the heels of a Nissan 370Z and a GTR. And we're in front-wheel drive Civic Type Rs. So we're thrilled with how it's been going so far. We're running second in class, and we're right where we want to be.
Awesome.
Yeah.
So how was your stint? How did it go?
It was a blast. I got to start. I felt pretty lucky. They threw me the keys to the start. I also got to qualify. So we qualified 3rd and 4th in class with both cars. I opened up a gap from my teammate and kind of ran with the front 12, 13 cars. I think the 2 Valkyrie cars that we've been chasing and one of the other BMWs all had some mechanical problems that sent them a little reeling a little bit. So we got the upper hand on that. This year is pretty interesting because there's fewer faster cars, partially because our cars are faster and partially because there's a bunch of prototypes that don't seem to be here.
Right.
So it was kind of nice and relaxing relative to years past where the cars have been a little slower for our cars and we've been dealing with getting past a lot more. So it's just a peaceful cruise around Thunderhill so far.
Peaceful? I have never heard that.
No, it's not true.
Never heard peaceful cruise.
It's definitely intense, but this is one of my favorite tracks, one of my favorite events every year. It's a way to put a stamp on it every year. So I was thrilled to start, and I can't wait to get back in.
So tell us about what you've been doing the rest of the year.
This has been a pretty cool year. I got to race full-time in Pirelli World Challenge with Honda Racing HPD. I've been racing a Civic Si and actually won the championship in TCA.
Congratulations.
So I got to claim that one. I got an opportunity about mid-year to join the Continental Tire Sports Car Challenge in the TCR class and got 5 out of 5 poles and won the pole award there.
Not too shabby.
We won 2 races, podium 2 more out of the 5 or 6 that we did. So the year kind of got more and more momentum as we were going, and it's still not over now. We're here at Thunderhill, and it's been a really cool year for me personally. For this team, though, the Team Honda Research guys, they basically didn't run these cars much between last year at Thunderhill and being here this year at Thunderhill. They spent most of their time, like I said, they're all volunteers. They use the resources they have available and just whatever time they have to throw at these cars. So they don't get to see a lot of track time. So it's a really special event we have about 40 people here total amongst tire guys, fuel guys, drivers, all of that stuff. It's a really special time, culminating from year to year into this event.
Right. So what does 2019 hold for you? Where are you at?
I'm hoping for more Hondas with Rs on them. Right. Maybe multiple R's, Type R, TCR, all that R stuff is good. And let's go. Yeah, exactly. That's what I got my eyes on.
Drive like a pirate.
I'm hoping, that season starts in January, so we're coming up on it. And we're not all finalized, but I'm excited for that.
Great. Well, congratulations on an incredible performance this year in your non-25 pursuits, and you're doing pretty darn skippy in the 25 right now. It looks like the 370 is in front of you.
They're in front of us. They've got a lap on us right now, but I haven't followed the pit stops cycle super closely.
Okay.
They've got us on pace. If you look at the top cars, we're the slowest in the top 3, but we're just going to keep chugging away at it.
Cool. Well, thanks for coming up and talking to us. If anything else happens, and come update us when you have a little more news, or send one of the other guys up, and we'd love to talk to you and find out what's going on.
Absolutely, we'll do. We're posting regularly. We've got live streams in both cars on YouTube. If you look up THRW,
awesome.
I'm back in at about midnight, so I'll come give you an update after I drive.
All right, thanks, Tom. Good luck, and
hang in there up here.
Right on. Hope to see you up in the podium.
Thank you for that.
All right, take care, Tom.
Yes, sir.
having fun?
Oh my God, so much fun.
Right?
Hey, we'll go right to my live interview right after that if you want. Now. So we're live now.
Will is ready. What's that? Okay.
And we came up here to the spotter station, which has one of the best views in the house. Some of you guys might have not have seen this view because it does take kind of a trek to get up here. And we came to visit Mr. Justin, who is the spotter for car number 14, a Specky 46 running an E1. He's been here since the start of the race and will be here until the end of the race because he's just a machine that spots and crunches numbers. They use some kind of fancy fuel calculator to do their fuel calculations, and he does this however many laps we do here at the 25 hour is however many circles he does standing on this bench. So we'll see if we can interrupt him in the middle of his spotting here to get some insight on their strategy. So, tell me about your day so far.
It's going pretty well, actually. I got these fancy earmuff things, so my ears feel good. I get to talk a lot. I look forward to this all year, man. I like to talk, so I get 25 hours of talking. This is a good day for me. I'll just keep going. It's pretty much all day. No one else can get a word in. I'm going to take the transmit buttons off everyone else on our team and just go. It's good times.
I understand we've learned things like, I think with the earmuffs, if you wear those for 25 hours, that can cause some issues.
Yeah, you definitely learn, like, this thing after about 8 hours, it really hurts a lot. So we have like layers of earmuffs. Yeah, and then you learn about midnight. You can pee pretty much anywhere you need to up here. No one really cares. So we haven't really tested the waters beyond the peeing. Maybe so. Hopefully that won't come into play. But yeah,
it's all about the strategy.
It's all about the strategy. That's right. Managing the nutritional strategy. That's it. Red Bull's about 4 o'clock. It's good. Yeah.
So tell me about the drivers in the car. Does some of them require different types of information than others?
It's kind of interesting, actually. You get to know the drivers and how fast they are, and then you get to know the other cars, and some of the other cars are like not good. You know, like it's kind of like just avoiding hazards all the time, and some of them are like super honest. You can trust them through the corners. So like, yeah, after 25 hours of watching all these cars, you definitely learn everyone's personalities, and it's I guess it's interesting. Otherwise, if not, this is really boring up here. So we'll call it interesting.
Well, that's excellent. We'll definitely come check in with you later on in the evening. But anything else about how the day's going for you guys, how the car's doing? Some fun facts up here. We're about to see sunset and go into a very long 12-hour shift of darkness into where we're still just waiting for the real race to start. And then when the sun comes up, we'll have another 6 hours, which is the length of the longest NASA Enduro race other than this. So we still haven't even gotten there yet. We got a long night ahead of us.
This is coming to the pit entrance.
That was secret information you just heard from between him and their team.
We're giving like launch codes for China. That's kind of what we're focused on. So yeah, it's really who's watching this right now is really what I want to know. Like,
you know, there's a pretty good comment stream going now. I actually wanted to do a quick shout out for the nickname. Thank you guys. We actually have another reporter coming on soon who will continue the Beard Guy legacy. So I appreciate the nickname, and I'll continue to live up to that. Thank you, guys. So there's some people. There's people in Europe.
No way.
Actually, if we could get some shout outs on the comment screen from where you guys are watching from, that's kind of fun, because we do get worldwide coverage on this thing.
So for everyone in Europe, I'm sorry. I didn't vote for him. It's not my fault.
We're racing. That's we got our own world right here, and that's actually kind of neat. If you want to pan over to the paddock over here, I think one of the coolest things too is watching all these trucks and everything roll in, and they basically just build a city to survive in for the 25-hour race. And then tomorrow, come 5 o'clock, everything will be gone. And I'm actually just realizing you can see the Audi limping into the pits right now. It took them that long to get all the way around the track with a flat tire. That's a bit unfortunate. But I'm sure they'll get a fresh one back on there and be out in no time. In a jiffy.
Jiffy's our sponsor.
So we'll hang out here for a couple more minutes and watch some people from this view. And then we'll get back to John. And still up here at the spotter station, I wanted to point out something really cool and unique about NASA. They encourage DIY stuff and even force some of the more professional teams into it with their gas cans in E0 and below. They require a can that pretty much needs modification to be a fast gas can, and they encourage you, even in the CCRs, they say go to the hardware store and figure it out. So here's a team that's taking it to the next level as far as what a spotter station should look like. This is Team HQ Autosport, and we're talking to Matt Cogan here.
Hi, how's it going, everybody? We are up here in the Turn 8 hill, where we've got a really good view of almost the entire track. We do miss a little bit of the Turn 10 through the bridge, but from here we can see pretty much the entire track. We do have a pretty unique setup. We started doing spotting. I started spotting for the team back at the Utah race and worked the full 6 hours. And I found that where I was spotting from, the railing was right in front of my face if I sat down. So I stood the entire 6 hours and decided there's got to be a better way to do this. And so I started looking around, and I tracked down a really high captain's chair. So that would put us up above if there was a railing or if there were other people sitting down. I could get up and get a better view over anybody else. We did have it customized. We got our team logo on the back there to make it that extra level of professionalism. And so here at the 25, we decided to kind of step it up even a little bit more. We weren't sure what the weather would be like, and you're out here for a lot longer, so we got ourselves a canopy, albeit a little small one, but it's easy to get up the hill.
That is the smallest easy up I've ever seen.
It is. They handed it to me, and I'm like, okay, I guess my head will stay dry if it starts raining. The rest of me is going to be soaked. But we humped a pallet up here so that if it was muddy, because when we showed up on Thursday, it was a mess up here. The path to get up here was soaking wet. So we got a pallet, gets us up a little higher, keeps us out of the mud. We've got our canopy held down. We dragged a generator up as well so that we can get some lights up here tonight.
I see it is quite festive with the Christmas lights. That's a nice touch.
It is. It's not just about the festivities there. It is actually so that we are not running a white light and getting night blindness. So we wanted to keep it, some illumination, but not too much, so that we can still actually see and not ruin our vision. Later on, I'm actually going to drag a power supply up so we can power our cell phones, so we can see timing and all that stuff as well. So yeah, we kind of thought about it. And we did find that at the Sonoma race, we actually had a near incident that our spotter, which was myself, I was up in turn 7 at Sonoma, if anybody knows that. That's down at the far end of the hairpin. And we had on our outlap from one of our drivers, another guy came out of the pits behind us, and coming into 7, the guy behind got a little too greedy and took a long dive. And I saw it come, and I told our driver that he had somebody inside, and he held out, and we got a little tap in the tire. But if he hadn't, we probably would have got hit in the door. So the spotter in that event, we believe did save our race. So, we wanted to make sure that we're going to keep a spotter on duty the full 25 hours. So I did my first shift, and we've got Amy covering right now. We're going to have another person come in for a short 4-hour stint, and then I'm going to be back up here from 11 to 3 a.m., have another short little break, and then back on again for 7 to 5 7 to noon to finish the race out tomorrow. So
excellent. It looks like you're planning on making this a little bit more of a permanent item. I see some concrete mix getting ready to be put to work. Are we planning on a level pad here?
You know what? No. We were trying to figure out how to make sure the canopy didn't blow away originally. So to be honest, the concrete mix, we picked that up yesterday because our paddock spot in the grid was a lake. So we decided we needed to build a bridge, and in our last minute...
Out of concrete?
No, not out of concrete, out of just regular timber. But when we loaded the truck, we decided that we had too much of a tail load, so we picked up a $5 bag of concrete to put on the front end of the wood so we wouldn't lose any out the back of the truck.
I see that it says just add water.
Well,
is that a concern if it rains?
No, it's actually not. If you notice, we've got an eyelet in there already. So if it rains, we're counting on that thing turning into concrete, and that's going to become our canopy anchor.
I love it. I love it. Now, having done this year, how do you take this to the next level for next year and take it?
Oh man, you know, being the spotter, to take it to the next level, I'd like to have a little bit of a bigger canopy, some clear sides on it to get us out of the wind. Get the generator up here right away.
Maybe some heat?
Some heat. Have a computer station. Be able to see the whole thing. Basically have a full command central up here.
I can't wait. I can't wait. So I'll have to helicopter you in.
It's a lot of trips up and down the hill, though. So yeah, I counted my steps yesterday. I think I had over 10 miles of walking back and forth up and down the hill.
Nobody said racing was easy.
No, they sure did not.
And once again, Matt Cogan, car number 28?
We're actually running number 8 this weekend because there was another 28 already, so they asked us to switch to 8.
Running a BMW 128 in E2.
Yes.
And are you still in P1?
So as of last I checked, we are in P1. Unfortunately, I think one of the other cars may have dropped out a while ago, so we are running against. Right now, it's an E30, which is the ladies' driven car. I'm not sure who all the drivers are, but it is the car with all the ladies. I think Ashley Freiberg is in that car, so you know we're not holding back for them. So they got to earn it too.
Excellent. Well, we have a little bit under 18 and a half hours left of racing to go.
Excellent.
So stay hydrated, stay warm.
Definitely gonna do that. It would be nice if we had a bathroom up here, but that's the one thing we're lacking, I think.
We've heard that gets a little creative once the sun goes down.
I think it will, yeah.
Excellent. We'll watch where we step on the way up later on.
All right, yeah, that's a good idea.
Back to you, John.
All right, folks, just wanted to give you a quick top of the hour update. We are seeing a great battle still in many of the classes. E0, our top three are the Toyo Tires Valkyrie Autosport 370, still out in front with 160 laps completed. 3 laps back from them is the El Diablo Motorsports entry. Then 1 lap back from the El Diablo folks, it's the Honda Racing West Team Honda Research West, the number 17 entry. Number 18 Honda is on the same lap, I believe, as the number 17 Honda, and the GTR from Valkyrie is in P5 in E0. Great battle still happening at the front of E1. Art Racing 2, that's the Baylog family. They are at 156 laps completed. Freyson just behind at 155 laps. TAPG, that's our Toyota 86. They're at 154 laps. Technic AGM, that's Peter Hopeland's team. Sean Sampson also, they're at 152 laps complete. And the other Art Racing team, the other Baylog family car, they are at 151 laps completed in P5. So pretty good battle going on there. E2, HQ Autosport Racing still out front. 140 laps completed. 3 laps behind is the Shift Up Now entry. Looks like Kiwi Racing may be out there at 55 laps completed and shown back paddock on our screens. E3, Stain Motorsports out in front, but on the same lap. A-Plus Racing, same as before. 1 lap back from the A-Plus car is the RA Motorsports 40 car. Then Tazio Otis Racing, just 1 lap back from them, and then 1 lap back from them, Team Neth Racing Works. So a great battle still in E3. All of those cars very, very close. ES, the Ford Performance Racing School, that Mustang is still out in front with 165 laps complete. Then PDG just behind at 164 laps. The Lizards are there with the RSR. They're at 163 laps completed. They're moving at a pace probably 5 to 8 seconds faster than the 2 cars in front of them, so they'll be catching up soon. ESR, CrowdStrike 1 Motorsports out in front with 176 completed. 3 laps back is Norma's Last Chance, and another, looks like 4 laps back from the number 2 entry. Then there's 1 Motorsports Radical. 3 laps back from 1 Motorsports is Eastern Turn 3 Motorsport. About 30 laps back from them is the Team Fellner Motorsports. Flying Dutchman hanging in there in P6 with 92. Looks like Hose Doctor has been out for a while. They only have 16 completed. Maybe we can track them down and see what's going on. And GT Challengers at Jester and Babbitt Motorsports with Shift Up Now. They have completed 160 laps. So if we look at the overall, looks like CrowdStrike 1 Motorsports still out in front. Then Norma's Last Chance. Then 1 Motorsports. Then Eastern Turn 3. That's your first 4, those ESR cars. Then comes the Ford Mustang. That's that GT3 or the 350 competition model. Of course, not with the flat plane crank that the GT350 Shelby has, but a traditional opposed crank. PDG is right there, P6 overall. P7 overall is the Lizards in the 911 RSR. P8 overall, Clean Blast Racing, David's Racing, that's our stock car, they're P8 overall. P9 overall is the Valkyrie Autosport Toyo 370Z, and rounding out the top 10 is that Jester and Babbitt Motorsports R8 with Shift Up Now. So that's your running order at the top of the hour here. Again, we have now completed, we are at 5 o'clock, so about 6 hours in, probably about a quarter of the way through, not quite yet. It's dark out here at Thunderhill Raceway Park. All the lights are on. Still some of the last light fading out of the sky in the west there, but it is getting pretty dark out here. So we have now transitioned into a whole new form of racing. And we'll be dark probably until about 6-ish in the morning. And a lot of developments will happen overnight as we go through the night. Looks like the weather is still sticking with us. Out the windows we can see that there's a mountain range in between us and the rest of the world that is splitting the storms that have been filtering down out of the Eureka and up in the Humboldt area. So we're getting very lucky with the weather. So once again, folks, we are at the NASA 25 Hours of Thunderhill presented by Hawk Performance, broadcast brought to you by Toyo Tires. Go to NASA 25 Hour if you need more information. You can find links there to the racehero.io live timing. You can also find all sorts of information there about the event. We've had good chatter coming over our live stream. Thank you all for that. There's lots of links out there to different teams that are running their own independent channels, and you can get some good in-car footage there, and we'll try to keep the interviews coming up here in the booth. And also with our man Neil Daly down in the pits. He is roaming around looking for stories all night long. So thanks again for joining us, and please follow along. We'll be here all night. Once again, you are watching the NASA 25 Hours of Thunderhill, the 16th running. We look forward to staying with you through the night and giving you all the flavor that is the 25 Hours of Thunderhill. Thanks so much for joining us.
All right, folks, we are live up in the booth, and we have Sean Neal here.
Yep. How you guys doing today?
So this is Peter Hopeland's partner in crime, his opposite number running the Technic AGM team, currently running P4 in E1. How was your shift?
It was a lot of fun. First a little slow, just catching up. I didn't have much time in the car yesterday or last couple months. We put a new tire on, and it got really fun, and I ended up with a bunch of cars in my class, and the last 45 minutes, there was 3 or 4 of us. That was our race.
So Pete had come up, and he said you were having some problems with kind of an ill handling. Did the tire fix that?
It did. My first stint, I was the right rear, whatever was wrong, didn't have a lot of time on it. It was just really loose in a couple spots that made it a little frisky.
Okay.
And they put a new tire on the back of my second stint, and the car came together. So it really became a lot of fun. I mean, seconds were dropped off and put us back into the little competitive car with the people in our class.
So did you guys come to a decision? When we were up here, we watched the Toyota team doing a 4-tire change in the back paddock. Are you going to go to that strategy or stick with just one?
Well, to tip our hand, maybe we have,
I'm sorry, did I?
No, we
revealing secrets.
A shipment of tires didn't arrive, so now we're tire challenged. We checked into getting some Wednesday, and they're supposed to be shipped, and then it's too late now, so we're down a significant amount of tires for the whole race. So when we saw that happen, we're wondering if we have to go over to Toyo and switch brands, and to do that, we need to put all 4 on at the same time.
Yeah, so you can't have different.
You can't have a different size tire and a different tire, and so we might have a little challenge with that. But that's what 25 hours in endurance racing is challenges.
Yeah.
We had our fire bottle go off inadvertently on Thursday in the hot pit.
Oh, geez.
Our technology guy was in there and he was working on our data, and his jacket pulled the lever, and so it went off. So this is one of the many challenges that we've had. Just this couple days here, not to get here, or my car was stolen Thursday at my house where I leave my truck and trailer. So
oh my God!
I've been to the wonderful Willows CHP station to fill out a police report for a stolen car.
They stole it out of the hotel parking lot?
No, they stole it out of where I store my the trailer and truck. So yeah, I got a call like, hey, your car's gone. I'm like, where'd it go? They're like, well, it's not here. And I'm like,
oh my God!
All right, so it's just another one of those things that happens. But we're doing something not a lot of people get to do.
Right.
And with a great group of people and NASA, great organization.
Thank you.
So it's no matter how bad it is, someone else has it worse.
It's still pretty good.
You know what I mean?
It's still pretty good.
40 miles east of here is years of devastation to take to overcome.
And that's a good perspective. I mean, we may start thinking that we have it pretty rough here. Not really.
No, there's a gentleman racing that with you guys this weekend, and I met him a couple years ago, and he said, no matter how bad it is, we're doing something that not a lot of people get to do. So
it's true.
It's just enjoy it, and it's always worse somewhere else.
It is pretty special, and it's still accessible though.
Right.
I mean, it's really special, but folks get it built up in their head. Man, no way could I come out.
Right.
But we talked with Jesse from your team, first time at the track.
Right.
Totally accessible to come out here and join a team.
Yeah. Well, it was, and you see the people coming through, and we're in town, and we went up to Orland, and they're like, "You guys are racing," because we have our jackets and team stuff, and they're like, "Oh my God, it's amazing!" We're like, "Come on out!" And they're like, "Wait, we can come to it?" I'm like,
"Right,
you just
come
drive
on
in the
out.
door, you sign something, and you get to walk around and have access to pretty much everything you want except the hot pit."
Right.
And that's only 15 feet difference from where you stand to the hot pit.
I mean, minds are blown.
Yeah.
When you tell folks that, and that's it's cool that it's so accessible. Now, tell us about your history. How'd you get started in racing?
So my father's cooking for us here. My father was a drag racer, and my sister's 3 kids junior drag race nationally.
Whoa!
They've all won their class. They go to Bristol every year. Like, it's a pretty big deal.
So it's in the blood.
Racing's in the blood, but European cars were. My dad's an American muscle guy, and I'm not that guy. I appreciate them all, like 67. What is it? Chevy something, 67. Chevelle is my favorite American car. Thank you for that. I can see it. Like,
You've been at the 25 too long. You've had a hell of a week.
But European cars were, something that were so different. And then I'm 51, so in the 70s and 80s, you had a European car, like, you were successful.
Right.
There weren't a lot of them. It was something special.
Right.
Everyone had an American car, which we're American. Why wouldn't you?
Right.
But like my grandfather was an engineer, so he liked German cars.
There it is.
The engineering took over in his brain, and that's what the connection was.
Right.
So I kind of had that experience too, and I had a chance to started racing about 9 years ago, and I wanted to race Porsches, so I raced a 911, and then from this I wanted to start endurance racing, and I called it Pete. And Pete built this car, I think, 6 years ago, and this is its 5th 25. They did 3 real quick, and then we did last year. They took a year off, and then I bought the car from all those guys, and here we are back keeping that car in the 25 and the work. So
it's awesome.
Yeah, no, it's just like, how can you, if you can do something like this, why wouldn't you do it?
Right.
And what's great is, like we just mentioned, most people. It's intimidating. I know I was intimidated when I started racing because the people, and this and that. Well, no, not really, because the guys having the most fun really are like the Miata guys, the 944 guys.
Right.
Like, those guys are the Honda Civic guys.
Right.
Because they're doing it on a shoestring budget, and the camaraderie is so much fun, and they're fun to watch.
Yeah.
So it's pretty much something anybody can do. Just look through what you see at the top level and realize that anyone can do it.
Right. Don't get a block on it. I mean, we start people with hyperdrives.
Right.
Where it's $40-$50 and you're out on the track.
Yeah.
Same track as everybody else.
Yeah.
And then we can take you all the way up.
Yeah. And those track tours at lunch really pay dividends too, because people take their
big
car out, they're like, wait, I was just on the track? And then with your DE, and so you start there and you just bring your car out and keep it between the lines and get to see what your car can do.
Yep.
And somehow you're going to find the way, like anything else in the world, in life, if you want to do it, you're going to find a way to do it.
And then pretty soon you're
Good,
here,
bad, or
right?
indifferent, right? All right, be careful. It's a slippery slope.
Oh yeah,
You
exactly.
butter your feet up around here.
Yeah, the HPD is kind of a gateway drug. Well,
it's
Sean,
one of those- go ahead.
yeah,
Sorry.
go ahead. Go ahead.
It's one of those things. Either you're going to like it immediately, or you're not going to like it immediately.
Right.
You know, coffees and cars are your deal. Hey, you're still playing with cars.
That's cool.
If racing's your deal, you're gonna go racing.
Right. It's all about the pyramid of speed.
That's it.
Where you start out at the, there's different levels, and I've been all up and down that pyramid for years.
Yeah.
And every level's pretty darn fun.
Yeah, and the comfort level too.
Yeah.
Some
big
people
time.
aren't comfortable door to door at night, and some people just want to drive their car around the track, and some people just want to go and drink coffee and talk about cars. So
Absolutely.
You're
All that's cool.
And girl, car guy and girl.
Right. Well,
It's
yeah,
for
yeah,
everybody.
of course, and it is the brotherhood and the sisterhood of speed.
Right.
Because all of us are into the same thing,
Mm-hmm.
and it's really cool to see where what I love to see is the enthusiasts that come out and didn't think they could get this close.
Right.
And then next time they're a crew member, and then pretty quick you start getting corrupted.
Right. And what's good about the NASA is you guys have something for everybody. So you don't show up and I can never obtain it like we just talked about, but
right.
Anybody can get on track, and then you decide if you want to go further or not.
Yep.
So you guys are doing a great job, and
Thank you.
so fortunate to be able to race with you guys. So I guess thanks for having me and talking and having this good time. Just come out, guys.
Yep.
Watch it.
So please come check in with us a little bit later. Let us know how you guys are doing, because you're one of the teams we're following.
Okay.
So we wish you the best of luck, and we'll be watching you all out there.
Awesome. Yeah, I get back in the car at 10:30 or something.
Oh boy.
So
Dead of night.
Wait.
Well, the dead is probably 2, right, in the morning.
Oh yeah, somewhere, because everybody kind of gets tired, and we've all been up since like 6 or 7 this morning.
Right.
So it's hard to take a nap now.
Right.
So just
still
play
jazzed.
through, and then so the guys that really run those things they're special, because they're still focused after 16, 18 hours up.
Yeah, pretty
so,
cool.
But no, it's gonna be awesome. Come on out and have more fun, and I'll come back tomorrow morning and see how everybody's going.
Outstanding. Well, good luck. We'll be following you.
Appreciate the interview, and thanks for having us again. And it's always a pleasure to run the 25.
Very good. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you.
All right, folks, we have another interview for you. We have my friend Dieter Heinz Kajora.
Yeah.
You are from La Jolla, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
Kind of involved, your family's been involved in the motorsports and the auto business for a little bit?
Yeah. My grandfather started in the USA with Mercedes-Benz in 1952, and then was the crew chief for Augie Pabst way back when in the 300 SL from Pabst Brewery. And then they came out west, and they think they did like the Riverside race and maybe Del Mar or something like that. And he saw California and was like, I'm never leaving.
Yeah.
And stayed and opened a Mercedes dealership, and we did the dealership for about 40 years. And then I started with NASA doing HPDE time trial, did a couple. Yeah, I mean this was 2004, and then won the SoCal time trial championship. And then went to nationals 2 years in a row, had mechanicals both times, and got third place both times. So podium, but
and so
still.
I remember back then you were running Evos.
Yeah. I had a little Mitsubishi Evo, had some JDM in me, which was fun.
There you go, always good.
Yeah, and then we made the switch to Mercedes, and now creeping our way towards Porsche.
Awesome.
Taking a little side detour to the BMW this weekend.
All right.
But,
now, which car are you driving this weekend?
It's the Das Boot Motorsport JCD Racing M235i Racing.
And that's a fairly special car.
Yeah, it's a factory-built TC car. We have a BMW Motorsport engineer here with us, which is cool. So it's a very easy car to drive. It's not like a German Miata. I mean, it's powerful enough, but you definitely feel the weight a little bit. But it's OEM carbon door panels, OEM roll bar. The radio button is right where you need it. So it's definitely, you can tell the difference between a factory-built car and even the nicest garage-built car. There's a
someone put some thought into it.
Yeah.
It's a little bit different.
Yeah.
So how did your stint go?
It was good. It was my first endurance racing stint, and I haven't been doing door-to-door stuff in 10 years probably, so it was a good time.
So you jumped in the deep into the pool.
Yeah, I figured like a Band-Aid, you just rip it off.
Why not?
Send it, go for it.
Send it.
Or where we come from, it's Mach Schnell.
Mach Schnell. Interestingly, I have a car and the license plate is MCT in a space and SC or SHNL. Mach Schnell,
there you go.
The exact one.
Yeah. So is that on your M3, right? Or is it
an old Porsche 930?
Oh, an old 930. Oh, that's
where
cool.
you can go Mach Schnell, but you better strap it on.
Yeah, you hold on tight.
Hold on tight, because otherwise you're going backwards onto somebody's front lawn.
Yep. That's why Porsche sells 3 taillights for every headlight.
I've never heard that before. That's really funny.
Yeah.
Well, with the engine back there, it's a little bit different driving experience. And so, but you're working a lot with Porsche these days.
Yeah, so I work at the Porsche Experience Center in Los Angeles. Been there since we opened, or shortly before, I guess, in theory. We did the Panamera G2 launch there for the dealers before we publicly opened.
Awesome.
And then we publicly opened about just over 2 years ago.
Wow.
And now I've been doing a lot of new car delivery. So I do GT2 RS, GT3 RS, GT3 new car delivery there, which is very cool. And spending a lot of time coaching and driving. I just got back from France doing the Level 1 Porsche racing experience at Paul Ricard, which is a week-long racing school in a Cup car with Manthey Racing. And you talk about having your together. It was pretty crazy. The level of ingenuity and engineering and thoughtfulness. I mean, if anybody knows anything about German engineering, they engineer the snot out of their teams, not even the cars.
Right.
So it was pretty awesome.
That's cool.
Yeah.
So is it hard to kind of down convert back now to almost being home?
So the whole day yesterday was getting used to a very street soft pedal,
right?
Which is different than what I was just being trained
and not
for
pulling
last
gears
week.
on the dog box and things of that nature?
The 991s are paddle, so
Okay.
they're all flappy
Awesome.
paddle.
Okay.
But the 9,000 RPM is a little different,
Right.
and you literally BAM, and it goes at 8,800, and it loves being above 7,000.
Yeah.
Whereas the Beamer doesn't. You shift at 5,000 because it doesn't really matter. It makes
Right.
torque anywhere.
You're just
So-
making noise.
Yeah, so it definitely was a very, I only had like an hour of testing because of the rain.
Oh, yeah.
So we didn't have much time out on the track, and this was my first time really getting after it here, and I couldn't get on a sim because my schedule's been a little crazy. So this was definitely a rip the Band-Aid off and send it. And
Nice.
I went off in the mud yesterday.
Oh boy, that's kind of scary
Kind
because
of
the
on
mud
purpose.
can kind of.
Yeah, so I came into 4 and I think I looked down at the dash to look at something, and I looked back up,
Oh,
and
God.
I realized I was looking at the wrong section of the building.
Oh, boy.
Or is that 3? No, that's 4. And that right-hander kind of downhill falls away from you, and
off
I
camber.
realized I was basically a 1 lane over to the left.
Right.
Tried to drag the brake.
There ain't
The
nothing
car
there.
wasn't having it, and the back end was already out, and I just said, well, if I'm going to the mud, I want to go straight and slow. And so I did everything I could to drift it into a slow, and then I straightened it back up right as I drove in the mud.
Smart.
And I was only going 8 miles an hour, just kind of didn't get stuck, didn't spin, and
That's a
didn't
win.
put a lot of mud on the side of the car. It was all at the bottom.
Okay.
But it didn't rip the bumper off because I've seen that.
Right, because it digs in and then adios.
Yeah, and the weight of the mud is a problem. Like my best friend came here the 2 weeks after he bought his GTR and came to a track day about the same time of year, sent it off in 8, 9, the kink.
Yep.
And ripped the bumper off the GTR because of the mud just collected and ripped it right off.
Yeah.
So I was like, that was priority number 1. I said, if I'm going to go to the mud, I want to go slow.
So now you've been off.
Yeah.
You got that done.
And
That's out of the way.
that was the end of that. So keep it between the white lines today in the race. Don't get hit. Don't be too crazy. And I mean the NASA, flaggers and everybody were awesome, and the drivers out there are really cool. So.
And how's the car holding up? Pretty good.
Yeah, it's. I mean, I'm very surprised. The car is very easy to drive. There was a couple times towards the end of my stint where my brain power was already fading.
Right.
Although I did run my fastest lap in the second hour, mainly because I think I had less traffic.
Right on.
So I'm creeping my way down. I got to get down to sub 2 minutes. I think I was like a 2:01.
Okay.
And the pro that was in the car ran a 1:58 or something like
So
that.
you're getting there.
Not too far off, but definitely got to click it up a notch tomorrow morning.
Right on.
And go from there. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it was fun.
Well, that's great. So when's your next shift?
Probably sunrise. We've got JCD, John Dubois is the car owner.
Okay.
And then Ryan Lindsay is the co-owner team. He's the technical side of it.
Right.
So we got a driver manager and a crew manager, which is cool. They're both San Diego guys. That's kind of why I partnered with them on my side of it. And I'll probably drive in the morning. I think we've got Matt Powers is driving with us,
Great.
which is cool. So he'll drive on the overnight. Thomas Merrill's our pro BMW guru that's in there. He drove the first hour and a half, and then he'll be back in at the nighttime, and then I'll drive in the morning a couple hours.
So get some rest, and then you'll be ready and fresh as the spring days.
Ready to go. Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
Well, good luck. It's been good catching up, and
Yeah.
we wish you good luck. And then, come back and see us. Let us know how it goes.
Yeah. I'll come back tomorrow, and we'll talk about next year.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll do some fun stuff.
All right. Well, thank you very
Cool.
much for coming up.
Cool. Thank you.
All right.
All right, folks, we are back for our top of the hour update a little bit early. We, of course, are at the 2018 NASA 25 Hours of Thunderhill presented by Hawk Performance, and I'm joined in the booth by my compadre, Jeff Pitts. Jeff, of course, Thunderhill is your home, and you are I believe, the business operations manager. Is that your official title?
Oh, my official title is so long it barely fits on my business card, John, but, really what I've been doing lately is event management, helping events like this, just go on successfully. So all of the boots on the ground stuff really is the best way to put it, helping out with the flag staff, the pro shop, and, safety and on-track operations, putting down a lot of grease sweep, driving a lot of blowers, and things of that nature. Hey, want to give a big shout out to Toyo Tires. This broadcast is brought to you by Toyo Tires. So thank you for that. And yeah, it's great to be back. I've been missing being on the broadcast all day today, John. Been out there doing my event manager thing. I was on there from 6 a.m. to 3 p.m., which really went till about 4. And now I'm off for the night, and I'm excited to be here with you and
right
calling
on
the shots here.
Well, so Jeff, tell us how things have gone so far from a Thunderhill perspective.
Well, I mean, I could tell you all sorts of boring things like gate counts and fuel, numbers and things like that. Actually, I will throw in one really impressive thing. 1,500 gallons of fuel got dispensed, and that was just in between 6 a.m. and about noon today.
Whoa, that's a lot of gas.
When the cars are running, the fuel is flowing. So, I could bore you with all kinds of details like that, but no, I got to say so far, it looks like an awesome race. I got to watch the start. I was up there in the turn 1 area, ready to shoo photographers off of the hot track if need be. Fortunately, they were all very well behaved, and I didn't have to. So, watched the start from up there, and yeah, I've just been following along in my office on the live stream. Been seeing all the excellent interviews and things you've had going on up here. I've been loving it so far, and also loving seeing that viewer count up there. 700 viewers right now. Hello out there in internet land. Welcome
It looks
back.
like we have just gone yellow, so we do have an incident somewhere on course. We are seeing the flashing yellow over there in between turn 1 and 2. Looking at other stations, we can't see any other stations, so we must have an incident in between 1 and 2, but we are seeing safety back on the back side of the course. If we can cycle around a little bit, maybe get that back straight cam, we can see that there is a safety vehicle from our perspective up here in the tower back there, but we'll scan around and try to figure out what's going on. But we are yellow flag. Now, yellow flag, what that means, what does yellow flag mean? It means no passing. So if it's a waving yellow, which is something where you will have a yellow flag that is waving, or in this case, I believe the flashing yellow, that will tell you that it is something right in your zone and you need to slow significantly in order to be able to avoid a potential obstacle on the course. We are seeing the pace car is on course right now.
Yes,
if we
this
can
is a full
catch the
course
pace
yellow.
car, yeah, pace car, so it's full course yellow. Pace car right now over on kind of the 6-7 area down the bypass. So we will be looking to find out what is going on and why we are in a full course yellow right now. Oh, you know what it is, Jeff? Shift change.
Yeah, shift change. That's
Shift change.
something exciting that's going on right now. All of the flaggers out there who I painstakingly booked.
Hand selected.
Hand picked. So all the
Just like
flaggers.
my nose.
We've got
Kidding.
2 teams.
Terrible.
Very good. We've got 2 teams of flaggers out there, so each of them is going to be working 2 different shifts. So the first shift, 11 a.m. until 6 p.m.
Wow.
So they are getting off the track now, and they get a nice break, and then they're going to be doing the late night, which of course is midnight until 6 a.m.
Right, and really we cannot do this thing without the corner marshals. And as you said, they are handpicked. And it really is a tight crew out there. With the corner marshals out there on station, we can't do it without them. So we really, really appreciate having them come out and join us. Every track event, really, anywhere in the country, the marshals are the grease that makes it go. They really are the key parts of the machine that allow us to do these events because they're out there watching, taking care of the drivers, communicating back to control. So thank you, corner marshals, wherever you are out in the world. We love you, and we can't do it without you, so we certainly love to see all of our corner marshals, and we're taking care of them right now. We've got a van running around with a safety truck behind it. We are swapping out for a fresh group of corner marshals. The group that's been working hard since 11 this morning is going to come in, take a little meal break, get a little rest, and then what's the next shift change, Jeff?
Next shift change is going to be at midnight, John.
Midnight.
And, interesting fact about the corner workers, we've got our Thunderhill staff here who's our regulars from day-to-day work here at Thunderhill. They're definitely a choice group themselves. We also have a special group who's down from the Northwest region up there, and these are a flag group that works with Formula One and all kinds of big groups. So we have some very prestigious flaggers on track right now.
Well, they are the key part of the machine out there, the eyes and ears for race control and for the drivers, so we, of course, thank them for all of their efforts. Can't do without them, and if you see someone wearing their corner worker whites, please tell them thank you and invite them into the campfire and take care of them because they take care of us when we're out there on the track. So a little bit of a shift change here, so we'll be under yellow for a little bit while we trade out crews. And then we'll be back to green flag racing. Right now, we are watching a number of battles. E0 still super close. We've got the El Diablo team is out in front right now with Honda Racing, the number 17 car, just behind them. A couple more laps down to actually it's the GTR now. The Valkyrie GTR has moved way up in the order to P3 in E0. Das Boot, Dieter's team, he was just up here. They're on the same lap as the GTR, and then RA Motorsports 50. They are just a few laps behind. E1 Art Racing with the Baylog family out in front. 2 laps back to the Frazen team, and then the Toyota team is just right on the same lap as Frazen. 1 lap back to Peter Hopeland and Sean's team there, right in the thick of things with the 187 laps, and 1 lap back to Morewood Creative. Those are your top 5 in E1. E2, HQ Autosport out in front with 170 laps completed. Shift up now with 165 laps completed. E3, very close battle there as well. A-Plus Racing, same as before, they're 176. Then Team Neth Racing Works at 175. 3 laps back to Stain Motorsports. Then RA Motorsports 40 on the same lap as the Stain team. And 1 lap back from RA Motorsports and Stain is the P5 car of Tazio Otis Racing ES. The Lizards in the RSR are back out in front with 202 laps completed. Then PDG with 201 laps just behind that 911 RSR. Mustangs dropped back a little bit. They may have had to do some changes or a little bit of work on the car, 184 laps. Clean Blast also with 184 laps, so good racing happening there. 3 Thieves, they're at 169 laps completed. Now, CrowdStrike 1 Motorsports is still out in front of ESR, then Norma's Last Chance at 205 laps, 10 laps back from them. 1 Motorsports Radical at 205 laps. Now, P4, the Turn 3 Motorsports car, we did get some data there that they are having some electrical problems. So they had switched apparently to a twin stator setup, and so they could have the lights split off from the electronics for the rest of the car. And apparently they are having some trouble with that system, which has had them off the track for quite a while, and they're about almost 40 laps down now from first place in ESR. Now here's where the drama comes in. The setup that is in that car, every other Radical is running that exact same type of setup. So we'll have to watch and see if the Radicals start going down with electrical problems. GT Challenge, the Jester and Babbitt Motorsports with shift up now. They have 197 laps completed. So we have 215 laps is the mark that CrowdStrike 1 Motorsports has set. So 215 laps completed, coming up on 7 timed hours. Of course, we started the race at 11 o'clock, and we'll end it at 12 o'clock tomorrow. So we are 7 hours in, not quite a third of the way done. But so far, pretty clean. Everything has been humming right along. We did have one of the EXR cars had a big ol' off in turn 10 and ripped one of the wheels clean off the car, so they came in on the hook. Driver was very smart, though, and managed to motor that car clean off the track and right to the cutout where the tow truck could just come, hook them up, and get them going real fast.
And we're here with Victor with car number 10, Turn 3 Motorsports in their Radical, who's had a little bit of an issue tonight, and I'll let Victor tell us about that.
Yeah, so like 1 hour and a half ago, more or less, we had a contact in the left rear, and this bent some part of the suspension, broke one of the bolts, and this bolt that broke cut at the crank sensor. So we are just trying to fix everything to put the car back to the track, and unfortunately we were fighting for the lead. We led few laps, and we did the pole, so that was pretty nice, but we'll see. We still have a lot of hours to go, and it's a lot of stuff to happen, so we are trying to run here, put the car back to the track, and keep racing.
Awesome. Well, it looks like you have a team of professionals putting this car back together for you, and you guys look really prepared. And you still have the equivalent of about 3 6-hour endurance races left, so hopefully you guys can make up some time once we get this thing fixed.
Yeah, no, we have a really good crew, and yeah, we'll have some time, so we'll see what happens.
Excellent. Well, good luck with the rest of your evening.
Thank you guys.
Thank you. We're here with Silas, car number 47, running an E1, who had a little bit of an incident while we were all under full course yellow.
Yeah, just some unfortunate luck. The gas light came on and we weren't going to make it under full course yellow, so we had to come in and wait until it goes green. Looks like we're going green this time. We'll throw some fuel back in it, get back out there. We had a 2-lap lead. Hopefully, we only went 2, maybe 3 down. We'll be able to get it back. We got time, got plenty of time.
Yeah, I've been telling the other teams, you got another 3 6-hour races coming up. But yeah, that's unfortunate. So with the full course yellow, you guys can't touch the car or fuel or anything. You just got to sit here while everybody else is circling.
Exactly. It was better to come in and have it sit here rather than run out there and cause a longer yellow flag for everyone else.
Yeah. Well, that's a real smart choice. Well, I'm sure you guys will be right back out in just a second when you're done with this fuel stop.
Yep, that's the plan. Keep running.
We'll go check out some other teams. Nick, when you're done here, we got another pit right behind us. Yep. Yeah, I probably shouldn't have done that. Silas was mentioning that in this car that we're looking at right here, they went to a fuel cell, so when they get low on gas, there's no burble or any kind of stuttering. When it's empty, which is why they chose to come in nice and early. And the crew is checking out the cooling system right now. Looks like it's burning through a little bit of water. Prepping this car for a nice long night stint. These guys had a little bit of a fuel spill, and a fuel spill that ends up on the hot pit is a really big deal. You'll get a good 5-minute penalty for that. But I believe as long as they harness it and they have to actually put it back in the can, they should be able to go without penalty. But that's one of the technical items and has to go back where it comes from. Either way, this is a no smoking zone. So right after this, we're gonna go walk around. We've heard that there's a team here that's built of all high schoolers and their auto shop teacher. So that should be a pretty neat interview, and we're gonna go catch up with them in just a minute.
Yes, sir. Do I look at you or look at the camera?
You can look at the camera or me. This is Ty Clark in car number 2 in the ES class. You just got out from what looked like kind of a long stint. How's it going out there?
You know, it's going good. We finally got the car back out on the track. We had a little bit of a mechanical difficulty starting off the day. But once we got it back out on track, the car was running great, and it's fun driving at night.
Awesome. Have you driven at night before?
This is actually the first time actually doing a full night stint. So it was the transition. I went from dusk to nighttime.
Right on. Welcome to the Thunderdome.
Yeah, thank you.
Tell me about this car a little bit. This thing's pretty unique.
It is. It's an E36 BMW with a Stoker S52 motor in it. And so this car, and we race out of Seattle, Washington. He's had this car up and running in a couple of SCCA events, a couple of NASA events. So he's had it going around.
Awesome. Yeah, I heard it has a sequential gearbox.
That it does. It's got a sequential gearbox, so you know something a little unique about it.
But it's pretty fancy. And when the wheels were off of it earlier, it did not look like a BMW suspension up front. It looked like a NASCAR or something.
Yeah, it's got a lot of modifications. Gerald Lowe built the car, and he does a great job building a race car.
Well, that's awesome, man. Enjoy the rest of your night, and I hope you guys have a pretty flawless evening.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you, Clark. Back to you, John. Two seconds. We're here with driving the number 18 Honda, having a little bit of a technical difficulty. I'll let you tell us what goes in on that.
Yeah, so unfortunately, my teammates were telling us that we were actually was actually shifting out of fourth gear into fifth, and then the next time I went back down to fourth, it was gone. And unfortunately, things just got worse from there. Transmission started getting stuck in fifth, and then could not find third. We tried to drive around it for a good half hour, but finally came in, and now crew's doing their best to do a transmission swap.
That's awesome. So you guys have another transmission ready to go?
Oh yeah. We were prepared for this, but I feel terrible, but I got gonna get this done. We're gonna finish this race.
Absolutely. Well, after this, you still have 15 hours to go, so
exactly.
A little bit of time to make up that place again.
Yeah, hopefully.
Awesome, man. Well, we'll come back when you guys are up and running, and good luck getting that in there nice and quick.
Thanks so much.
We're here watching car number 86, who's running an E1. They came back paddock again to do another 4-tire change, and it looks like they're just doing some really close checking on everything. They're topping off the transmission fluid, topping off just everything, making sure this car is ready to go for the evening. Couple worried faces. I hope everything's okay, because these guys have been running a really good race up until still running a really good race. And it looks like they're just about to wrap up here and then get the car fueled and back out on track. So we'll update you again soon. So I think our worried faces were actually probably about the oil level. It looks like we've dumped quite a few quarts of oil in there, which is common in these cars. Pretty I think we've had some cars come in and every 2 hours you're sticking 2 quarts of oil in there hoping for the best. Trying to squeeze every last drop out of that oil. It looks like they might actually be running out, which is not a super fantastic thing. Hey, was it making a noise or anything, or just low? Of one of our kind of more amateur racers lifts. These lifts are actually really effective and a lot of people use them, and probably a little bit more affordable than those air jacks that some of the other cars have. And after that, the car's not starting. You guys are running pretty good up until this point, right?
Yeah.
Were you first in class?
We were a couple seconds behind second place.
Ooh, all right.
But
Did the car come in for a standard pit stop and then issues came up, or there was an issue and it's back here?
nope, there was an issue.
Oh, man. Okay, well, best of luck to you guys with that, okay?
who we got an awesome update from earlier. I've seen your car in the pit for a little bit here. Why don't you tell us a little bit what's going on?
Yep. So we're running two cars. One is the big data in action car. We had an issue with a broken toe link in the back of the car. So when that snapped, it rotates the whole rear axle of the car and pushes the tire up against the back of the car, which generates awesome smoke. So we had a huge smoke trail coming in, and so it was great because the crew was able to fix that problem in about 10 minutes and get us back out on track. So we didn't really lose much time there. And then second issue with the big data in action car was we separated a header on the one side of the engine, and so with just all the stress that put on these cars during this race, and so we had to bring it back behind the wall and basically reattach the header and safety wire that together so that we could get the car back out on the track. And then here in the silver car, literally it came in, we had an off, and it broke the driver's side wheel, rolled it under the car, and so we had to get the car brought in via tow truck. And so literally from the minute it hit the repair facility here till now, it's been 45 minutes, and the crew has completely replaced the front left, put on new tie rods, new everything, and we're getting ready to go back out. So we'll be 45 minutes down with this car, but still that's pretty good with when this is all about staying in the race and keep grinding it out. So the guys have been doing on track, so we'll be back out within an hour with a pretty major issue with this car. So we're excited to keep plugging away. That's the chaos of the 25. So
yeah, you guys came prepared and you did what it took, and it looks like you guys are literally ready to go right now.
Yeah, like I said, 45 minutes from the time it came in. It's a little bumped and bruised, and a few body panels that are missing, but we'll get it back out here and get Rob Bromlett out, and so you're seeing it live action now. He's hopefully we can get it going here. The car's not liking to be cold,
so I guess you gotta warm it up.
We gotta warm it up again, get the tires warmed up again, and this is still the original set of tires, like we talked about before. So he's out and about, and now we get to clean up the mess from what we picked up of the Thunderhill dirt from being off track. But anyway, so it's going to be fun, and we just keep counting down the hours, counting down the laps. So right now, the big data in action car, we're sitting at number 7 in the E0 class, and moving up the ranks. So we'll keep plugging away.
Very nice. We'll keep up the good work.
Thanks, Neil.
Thank you.
Yeah, cheers.
Here we have Jesse with car number 11. I believe you're running ESR?
Yes.
Oh, that's excellent. I'll let you guys go ahead and tell us a little bit about what's happening, and we'll take it from there.
All right, so we had an incident in the, let's say what, the third hour or so? Yeah, third hour of the race where we got hit by Miata in turn 4, and we've been kind of clawing our way back ever since. It's been a little bit of a struggle to keep going with it. We have, all the bodywork's taped and all that carbon fiber split down the middle, and it's all been taped up and taken care of, but we're trying to crawl back from that. We ended up in 37th, now we're up to 30th. So we're coming back slowly, but we'll get there. We have a couple hot shoes coming in next, probably about 7:14. So we're getting there. Local. Yeah, local time. California time. California time.
Our local hot shoes in there now.
Right. He's from Willows, right? You're from the area?
Yeah. Oh, cool.
Yeah.
I used to work here at the track.
Yeah, and Keith and I are from Florida, so we flew all the way here. Awesome. So just for this. So I've been wanting to for years. This is it's been years coming.
Awesome. Man.
Yeah.
Well, we're almost halfway there, so you almost halfway made it.
Yeah, I'm half holding my breath right now.
Yeah.
So
excellent.
That's where we're at.
Awesome. Anything you want to say to the guys at home?
Thanks for understanding that I'm gone and I'm working and I'm living my best life. And thanks for all the support.
That's what it's all about, man. Live your dreams.
That's right.
Awesome.
So we're getting there.
Jesse.
Yeah, thank you.
Back to you, John. So here we have car number 1 in ESR, Norma's last chance. Checking in a little down on power situation. Other than that, we don't really know too much. But the crew's doing what they can to check it out and get this car going. Looks like they're looking in the spark plug area, checking out the wires going to it. Right now they're getting a little bit of dielectric grease. That'd be great if we could just grease it up and get it back out there. Other than this, the race has been running pretty good for you guys, right?
We had our wheel out of balance before, and we did so much vibration damage in the back. We lost some of our structure in the rear that kept the rear cowling down, and so we had to come off and fix it, and we lost about 18 laps in that process.
Oh, wow.
So that was the initial problem. So it's disappointing. Because other than that, we were running great. Yeah.
Okay. I remember, I think I spoke to you maybe a couple of years ago when you were explaining to me about it being its last chance.
Yeah.
I think it's made up some of that.
Well, last year we made the you know, we finished the race, but we got in an accident that wasn't our fault, and we're off the track for 42 laps.
Oh.
Had a full course yellow penalty. We could have won the race if we hadn't had that, because the car ran mechanical issues.
It is incredibly hard to run a clean 20-hour race.
Oh yeah, totally. Yeah, but you'd think in 8 years you'd get one. I haven't had one.
I think I've talked to teams that have spent longer than that. I definitely get that. Is that so? In 8 years, you've been chasing a first place in class win?
No, I've been chasing I just want to win the overall.
Yeah.
The class is not a big deal to me. I just would rather win the whole thing.
Awesome.
Yeah. So we're on the edge of not being able to make a comeback, and we need some unfortunate luck for other people.
Well, we'll keep all those good vibes going.
Kind of karma.
You can ask all of our live viewers to send some positive energy your way.
We deserve it.
We got people watching all over the world. And yeah, man, I hope you guys have a way better evening than you guys have had so far.
Thank you. Appreciate it.